full. You need another set Tordice?
They're really all into love.
There's all my Tordice.
We brought food, but
Go. Who? You know you're half an hour late?
yeah, sorry.
Okay, I don't know if he'll still let you in. Are you here for the game or just
I
observing?
completely understand.
Are you here for the game?
What?
Are you here for the game?
Oh, no, I'm just here.
To hang out? Oh, that's no problem. If you're here for the
I was
game.
kind of like iffy on the game.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so go ahead and set up over there. Show them you can eavesdrop. Yeah. What? Sarah. You said you're Sarah?
Claire.
Oh, you are Claire. Oh, okay, it's Claire. Oh, he does have a character. Oh. All right. Okay. Just, we'll let Brian know and he can decide. It's up to him. I almost have this ready. Sorry. It's almost ready. Okay. First, I need to move this in there, and then I can hook up some power. You can go ahead and stop.
Go ahead. And then there was the favored, because it was before you...
Yes, and we're no longer using those either.
Oh, okay.
Claire just arrived.
Yeah, and I have our sheet.
So I guess we'll swap out with David after all then?
Well,
or
whatever you want to do.
it's up to you. You're the GM. You decide whether she can join
I have
or
an
not.
extra, yeah, Claire was signed up for today.
Okay.
So, and I have her character sheet and her
Okay.
name.
David, are you all right with that?
I'm okay with switching.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
And you can still, I don't mind even if you want to hang out somewhere.
I still am gonna hang out.
Yeah, please do. Because it won't be a lot harder for me, okay? But it is nice for her.
Oops, sorry. Yeah. The sofa is meant to be for people who just want to hang out. Where'd Claire go?
It's really up to you.
Oh, they got more stuff. Sorry. All right. I'm just trying to figure out
Oh, it's
where I
rated.
can set this up here. Bill, can I squeeze past you?
Oh, sure. Let me just get up.
Yeah, I gotta get. Let me just. John, do you know where all my tour dice went? I can't find any of them.
They're usually on the top of, aren't they?
Can't. I
Top
don't.
of the shelf?
I have no idea where they ended up.
Well, since we're obviously on a quick break here, I will help you look.
Yeah.
You have to let me out because I don't
Go
want
ahead.
stepping on people.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of that going on. Alright.
So do you teach U.S. history?
I do. I teach fifth grade, so I'm a little bit, I have to kind of keep it down to a fifth grade level. But I teach everything from the Middle Ages.
For some strange
up to
reason, they're
the
right
Civil
next
War.
to all your Torah books.
That's kind of how it
I
is.
looked, I didn't see it.
I have to restrict myself because I'm always wanting to say, but how can you understand the Middle Ages without understanding how England formed? As you have the Anglo-Saxons and you have all the Celts, Angles and the Saxons and the Celts. So it's kind of fun to do that, but I just don't have enough time. So I'm like, okay, we'll start in the Middle
Say it
Ages.
again, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just got back, so I just told her to get in here.
That's
Yep.
why I want to be a professor,
Okay.
but I know it'll take a while to get there, but I want to be able to
Dig in.
really dig into things,
Do
yeah.
you have a favorite kind of era? Or?
I want to study Scandinavian mythology and folklore, some medieval period.
Yeah. Early medieval. Have you read any of the Eddas?
I haven't read the primary source like Eddas.
You know
I've read
what's
like
a lot easier to get into would be the sagas. Because
Okay,
those aren't
yeah.
as long.
I'm like working through some of those, so I just read.
There's a great website from Enticement.
Samantha.
Good.
Hey.
We're all set.
Hi Claire,
All
come
right,
over.
so you
There's
there.
a chair over here. We just need to shuffle around so we can get to it.
Magic
Yeah,
chairs.
me too. Because I don't want.
You can
Hold it
hang on the couch if
Right
you
here?
want.
Absolutely. And who's your friend? Somebody else introduce him to?
Zach.
Zach. Hi Zach.
Hello.
Good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
Yeah, you bet. Good to have you here. So the character sheet's there. I would have had more choices for you.
That's okay.
Yeah. Here you go. That's your portion.
Oh.
And you can add 10 more. You can increase your weapon proficiencies by. You can add 10 additional little diamonds. You can add them here, or you can add
Some
them
space
in the
there
comments
for
of the movie
David.
when you're attempting to do a particular,
No, you're good.
for example, you already have some.
You want to scoot over just a little bit towards the closet?
Each of these represents
Yes,
six.
please. Thank you.
So how many additional DCs do you get to
And
roll?
we're recording and streaming, so
Cool. So that's all right.
Okay.
I guess we're still waiting for John.
You said 10 more points. Is
Mhm.
that
I already
everywhere,
have-
or?
That's everywhere. I've already given you some starting ones, and you just have to add 10 more. You just fill in.
Okay,
So
I'll
just
check
keep track. Maybe use an X instead, so you know how many you've done.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. What
And
David,
this is the One Ring.
you
So,
can go ahead and play,
There is a 5th
My
edition
character.
D&D
Okay.
compatible
Captain, and that way I can just assist the
system
DM.
for Middle Earth.
Okay.
I already know the
We
module.
are
So.
So,
using-
that's
we're
right.
using Tor
I
instead.
forgot about
Because
that.
it's a brand new 2nd
Okay,
edition.
so
we're
I'll
kinda
take
testing
yours.
it out.
Okay. So I'm
And-
musical chairs.
sorry about this.
What's going on?
Are you assisting?
I'm taking John's spot because John has already done the module and I have not. So
And that way he
Oh.
doesn't know what's going to happen.
Okay.
I have no clue what's going to happen.
Yes.
So all the
Wait, let me
players
just hide all my
are completely
monsters.
All right, that
Wait,
makes
could be.
sense.
It should be fine.
And I can help him with maps, minis, and anything else he needs assistance with.
And I haven't met our new person. Hi, I'm Bill.
Hi, nice to meet you, Bill. I'm Zach. I'm
Zach.
with Claire. And
Claire, welcome Claire.
I'm Anthony. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, let's go around again and mention our names and just maybe just what kind of character you're playing today.
So I'm David. My character is Roar. I'm a dwarf and I'm a captain. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Anthony, and my character's name is Lenilian of the Noldor. Specifically, I'm a high elf of Dorwidian, and my calling is a messenger, and I love wine.
All right. And hello, everyone. I'm Bill. My character is Ghan, Ghan. So I'm a human warden and very much kind of in this time period, kind of a tribesman or something is a kind of a better way of describing him. And again, I'm Bill. Hi.
I'm Katie. I am playing Fumilla, who is a high elf of Linden. She is a messenger, and she is a great archer.
And it's just a human. Yeah,
Oh.
you're a woodman.
Oh, okay. My name is Claire. I'm playing Raven. She's a woodman.
Shield maiden. So a warrior.
Shield maiden. Okay. And she's a warden.
All right.
A warden.
Yeah, which means that she wants to be able to preserve and protect what is good in the face of overwhelming evil in Middle Earth. As I mentioned at the beginning when we started before you were here, Claire, we're in the second age of Middle Earth. So what's going on is that basically all of Middle Earth is overrun by Sauron's kind of forces because there's no one to really stop him. All the noble houses of men have basically sailed away to their new kingdom 600 years ago, and nobody's heard of them since. And the humans, such as yourself, often have a very primitive kind of existence because they're never able to stay in one place and settle very long, so they've lost a lot of lore. They don't have a plow. They don't have metal weapons. But you, thankfully, along with him, are humans who have found maybe an elvish or dwarvish patron who has taught you their arts, and therefore you're comfortable, you have superior weapons and so forth. So, okay, good stuff. Another thing that's different about the second edition of the One Ring is that only war gear and treasure counts for load, which used to be called encumbrance.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a drum or if you have traveling clothes, it no longer requires you to add that to the load, because that's just kind of silly.
So no more dropping your backpack.
Yeah, exactly. Although one of the mechanics for the One Ring is that you'll notice you have an endurance score, which is here. That's like hit points, and so you keep track of that over on the right-hand side where it says current endurance, where you can kind of modify that. And you know what, Samantha, I actually have an extra one, so that if you want to, you can kind of, if you want to look at that, then you can have one to see. So that's a sample one. Yeah.
So Brian,
Okay.
I did have one more question. We've got our under.
Did you want to do more fun stuff?
I'm good with this. Okay. All right. Yes. Go ahead.
So we have our underlined favored skill, but we don't have favored stat
Yes.
anymore.
So what does that mean now that they've
Mhm.
got
Somebody's. It was right here on the floor. I don't know if it's something.
Is there any
Sweatshirt?
symbolism on it?
No, it's a plain black sweatshirt. Hoodie. Okay. Nope. The black dude myself.
Okay, so good question from Bill. So in the first edition, what happened is that you have a number of hope points, and when you're going to make a skill, but you think, man, I only have 2 ranks in this, I might fail. You can invoke a hope point, and you can add that many dice, like say 1d6 to that roll. If you and then they used to have that favored attribute.
Yeah.
Where if it was an underlined skill, then you were able to add that higher amount.
Yeah.
We're doing away with that. So here's what it is instead. It's much more like roll with advantage or roll with disadvantage. Okay. So if you have yours underlined, when you roll the feat die, you can roll it twice and keep the best result.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
There might be times in the game where I say, oh, you're ill-favored in this situation, whatever challenges there are, in which case you roll twice and keep the worst one.
Okay.
So that's how that works now. Good question. So yeah, let's talk about fellowship focus. Another thing about the One Ring is that it really encourages not so much everybody doing their own thing, but working together and defending each other and contributing to the whole group. So we have 2 humans here.
So
it makes sense you guys would be fellowship focused. So again, your character's name is Raven, and yours is just Gone. We'll just call him Gone, but he's not gone. He's here. Okay. But he is good at disappearing, so actually that's kind of ironic. because he's like he can just melt away into the leaves, kind of thing. Okay?
Yeah.
So you guys would be basically each other's fellowship focus, which means if they're threatened, you've got their back. Okay, because you come from a similar cultural background. Okay, so Raven and Gon. Now, the elves would probably be each other's. I'm not going to force this though.
Yeah,
You can
no,
just
that
whoever
makes
you're
sense.
comfortable with. So the elves, you're probably going to be each other's fellowship focus. So and you're in a bigger group, but hey, when it comes down to it, elves are going to watch out for elves. Maybe, and then dwarves. So are you the only dwarf now?
I'm the only dwarf
Yeah,
now.
no, I would
Oh.
fellowship focus with both of them.
You would.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're like, I got all your backs because I'm an elf from Gondolin. Boom.
I am.
I survived it. She's like serious first aid things. She saw the light of the two trees in Valinor
Oh, right.
and then crossed over the Helcaraxe and all that. I mean, she survived multiple times when she could have died. So,
I have kick-ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Very chaotic time.
Yeah. So she's been through a lot. Okay, just be nice to her. So yes, Fumela will be their fellowship focus. Okay, and then fellowship rating. So this is basically where, again, as I said, you have hope points. And if you were like, man, I'd like to add a bonus to my roll, you can spend a hope point to do so. And you'll notice that all your common skills are underneath 3 attributes. So there's a strength column, which includes your combat, like your weapons. You've got your heart column and your wits column. So when you want to add, when you want to spend a hope point, what you're adding is the little number at the top. It's the high number, not the big box, but the higher square there, because that's what you would be adding. But let's say you run out or you're getting dangerously close. Your hope points are going down. And remember, you should all have 2 shadow points. If you don't, write down. What's your
Right in its central.
Yeah, you already have it. Everybody should have 2 shadow points you're starting with because, again, you're in Middle Earth, Second Age. It's like Mirkwood on steroids. It's not a friendly place at night ever. And during the day, sometimes not. So, it's the way things are. So the number of players, characters I should say, that's 6. So that means that you have an elf of Gondolin among you.
There's 5.
5 players? Oh, sorry.
1, 2,
I was looping
3,
in.
4, sorry.
But 5 plus the fact you've got an elf of Gondolin among you. And so because she's got all this experience, I'm just going to add one more like when, hobbits. So we're going to say that up in the corner, top corner somewhere, just write down, this is the pool of points that you can share, and it'll be 6. This is where, let's say, Anthony's elvish character, Linillian. You've spent your hope points and you're getting down to like 5, and you're like, ooh, this is not good because I'm getting close to my shadow score. You can ask the group, back to player mode, not character. Hey guys, would it be all right if I could just pull from the fellowship pool so that then you can spend one of those group hope points, okay?
And
And that would be better than
all
taking on
mark it
shadow.
Yes.
Oh, yes. yes. Wonderfully interesting bad things happen when you become miserable. And so that means that you are at risk from suffering a bout of madness. And something will happen. You will incur a permanent flaw to your character. And after 4 permanent flaws, you basically are removed from the game. Yeah. You're either everybody hates you so much that you get killed, or you are ostracized, or you die because of foolish, destructive habits. That will not happen to you, I'm sure. All right, so let's get going.
Farrar.
Uh,
F-R-O-R.
so, timekeeper, I'm going to get started, but if you can just remind me, let's go for 9:45.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can help me remember, that's when we'll take a break. A short 5-minute break for legs. Okay, so I've explained a little bit about the character sheets. We will explain as we go on. So if you say, raise your hand, like, how do we do this again? It's totally fine if you're not used to the system. I'll help you as we go. I've given you the background already to where you are. And then, as I said on the map, this forest down here, Aaron Vorn, right along here, you'll see this this bit of it's like a bay of the ocean that comes in. Just imagine the forests cover all of Minhiriath. We'll talk about later on in the Tolkien Society meeting why there aren't all those woods now. It wasn't a forest fire, just spoiler there. Okay, but
Beetle blight.
yeah, it wasn't beetle blight either. No, it was a human agency on that. Yes.
I have one question.
Yep.
I have a mattock
Yes.
instead of a bow, but is it a mattock like a giant version of an axe or
It
something?
is.
Or
It
similar?
is a very large pickaxe.
Yeah.
You like to put in orc skulls.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I just saw that this was crossed out for mattock, so I don't have any bow skill.
You don't have any bow skill.
I have no bow skill.
No bow skill.
Okay.
But I do need to
We've got your
encourage.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that.
Can I just do something quick?
I don't have any bow skill either.
Yeah, not all of you have all weapon skills. So you're going to have, some of you have bows. Raise your hand if you have a bow. And so you're going to be kind of from the background sometimes, being able to help assist. Those of you who don't have a bow, you're the melee fighters. You've got to get in there and
Sorry, are there staves in this game or staves?
there can be, but you'll have to think about that for the second session.
Okay.
Yeah, but not in the first session. Yes. Question?
Oh, I didn't have one.
Okay. Well, you're certainly welcome to raise your hand. Yeah.
Brian, so I've also got a blowgun and some poison.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So that if you hit, if it's a hit, the enemy suffers endurance points damage each round unless they're healed.
Okay.
So it just has
You're our guerrilla fighter.
kills them slowly.
Yeah.
So you can be a sniper,
Mhm.
or you can be up there.
Poking them with my spear.
Poking with
Excellent.
your spear, yes. I do need to add 1 month worth into your character sheets because your edge is missing for some of you, so I need to read those. Yes.
It says furious.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll let you read that up in just a moment. You'll get to read what this, a bit like a Battle Fury. You get into.
I love the energy that this character has so far.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to run through this because there should be 4 ratings for your weapons. There should be a damage, an edge, an injury, and a load. But the part that's probably missing on yours, or might be missing on yours, is the edge because the second edition alpha of the One Ring doesn't actually have it in there. So I have to import it from the first edition. Okay, dagger. If you have a dagger, it's the Gandalf rune. If you have a short sword, and you would actually say short sword, that's an edge of 10. Regular sword is also edge of 10. Long sword is also edge of 10. So if you have a sword, it's got an edge of 10. I'll go over the edge in just a minute. A spear is 9. A great spear would be a 9 also. An axe has an edge of the Gandalf rune, which looks like this. Okay.
And Brian,
The rune for G.
from on my character sheet, it shows an edge of 8. This is the spear of the old ones. Is that
Yes.
supposed to be?
The lower the edge, the better it is.
All right, cool.
Yeah. You've got a spear that's been passed down to you by your ancestors.
Drive on.
Axe and great axe are the edge is Gandalf rune. Long hafted axe also. A bow, whether it's a bow or a great bow, is an edge of 10, and a mattock is an edge of 10. Does that cover everybody's weapons? Yes. Okay, so what is edge? So briefly, because I know we want to play. What you have is when you're fighting, you roll to hit, right? That will be the number of proficiency. So you've got next to your weapons, you have you roll that plus your feat die, and you add them all up to see if it meets the target number. That's how we roll.
And if we get a great success,
We'll talk about that in a minute.
okay.
But you're just talking about first, do I hit my opponent? And then I'll tell you, yes, you do. Okay, the feat die, there are several different ways of intensifying the results. One is the feat die. If you roll a Gandalf rune, okay, which is the opposite of the Sauronite, then that means, in that case, it's not just an automatic success. Oh, yes, you hit him, but that means that you get an edge, which means that it bites between the armor, right? So then they have to roll their armor to see if you've dealt a wound to them, which is more serious. 2 wounds and they're dead. Okay? It represents the idea that you might be able to strike a grievous blow. But normally it's just battering away at them, knocking down their endurance points, okay? Bill mentioned that on your dice you will see that the 6s have a special little marker to it. So it's an elvish character, and this means that it's an extra factor of success. So you roll a number, you add up your dice, and I'll say your target is 14 or whatever, and you'll be like, oh sweet, yep, totally fine. If you roll a 6, that means it's not just a regular success, it's a great success. And so as these papers got passed out, hopefully everybody has one, the 2nd edition rules are a little different on this, and it says, what do you do if you get a 6? I had 5 copies that got passed around. You should have a 2nd sheet, and I'm not sure what happened to yours. Do you know where it might be?
Yeah, it was over here.
Maybe you can share. But you'll see a sheet that says it's a special success table. And now what we do is, if you roll a 6 or more than 1, then it is you can do one of these things. It can still be to score 1 additional success. That's the 2nd one on there, where it says if an action requires multiple successes to be achieved, you can do that. Or you can be like, well, so I hit in combat, it would be intensifying the damage. But if it's not a combat one, it could be any of these other ones. You might be like, I roll a 6, and I can actually give that to another person. Anyway, you can read that. Yeah.
You can explain the rest during gameplay.
Sounds good. All right. So let's get going here. I know it's awkward. Okay, sorry about that.
I probably asked too many questions. Sorry about all that.
Yeah, so let's just wait till our breaks and we can talk more. Part of that is just at the beginning, it's always going to be a bit like that. You are all brave folk who live under the miserable shadow in Middle Earth. For generations, your people have passed down stories of the glorious war of the First Age, in which the lords of the West came with godlike power to defeat Morgoth the Terrible. The noble humans who were elf friends left your shores many centuries ago, and since then Middle Earth has felt abandoned. Kingdoms ruled by ruthless and wicked men have kept the tribes in fear, and unspeakable things of horror now prowl the night in the forests of the land. No one goes out at night unless at the last resort. Many of your friends have never returned. Together your small company have found strength in wandering together, defending what remains that is good and faithful. However, wandering the blighted lands has taken its toll on your soul, and you have 2 permanent shadow points. It is the 10th day of the 8th month in the 611th year of the Second Age, although few remember how to track the years now, unless you're an elf or dwarf. The place is the land of Minhiriath in the west of Middle-earth, a darkly forested land between 2 great rivers, the Baranduin, Golden Brown River, and the mighty Grey Flood. You and the others of your party have spent the night at this village. The villagers call themselves Heorlingas, and their village Heor. You and your companions have wandered far through much peril, trying to avoid and survive the many dark minions from the east that have overrun much of Middle-earth over the centuries. It's a hard time for all. Only in a few small outposts in this land and strongholds of the elves and dwarves does some light shine in this land covered in darkness, and in the hidden glades of the Woses, or Druidine, as the elves call them. And of course, you're one of them. One has acted, also has come along as your guide, and a different one, from the White Mountains all the way to southwest Eridor, and his name is Jeet Buri Jeet. So Jeet, you can call him for short. Jeet is your guy, because he knows this land pretty well. Okay, so your companions, your party, all come through the trees, which of course, as I said, most of the land is forested. But you have been following a trail, looking again for dwellings of men. You're looking for those whom you may help. And you come upon a clear trail that looks like it's leading somewhere. And indeed, you find that you've come into this village and you've met these people. And the chief's name he says, "My name is Heor. Welcome all. I am the chieftain, and when my chieftainship began, they named me Heor. All our chiefs are called Heor, and we are called the Heorlingas. I have led this village for 20 years, and I look after the villagers as my own children, and I want to protect this meager patch of land, but we have had to relocate 5 times to different places while I have been the chief. It has been a long time since we've had to flee, but I fear our time is numbered here in this village. Never mind, we may have very little for you fine folk who have come to visit us, but let us have a feast." And he calls up everyone to bring out, they actually just hunted a roast boar, and you kind of feel a little bit guilty because you know that these people don't seem to have a lot, but at least they're good hunters even if they are kind of poor. And you sense that to say no would probably offend them more. So they're cooking the pig for you. But it is pretty simple food compared to what you're used to. And their best food is what you consider kind of an ordinary meal. Okay.
Well, Gon wouldn't.
No, that
And
is true.
actually, does Gon know the
He does not know these people.
Okay.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
He's not from this area. He's from a different area.
Mm-hmm.
But your guy, Jeet, he has met some of these people before, but it's been a long time, and so he's able to communicate.
Okay.
You're speaking a common speech.
Mm-hmm.
These villagers, they definitely struggle a little bit to understand you, but they can speak also common speech. So the villagers are very kind and generous. They welcome you to their fire. You have a really nice big feast, and you notice that for those of you who are not humans, the elves and the dwarves, they just look at you with awe and wonder and fear. Because game flow. So yes, not that kind of awe, but they are really impressed by you. They look at your weapons. They stare in wonder at clearly advanced technology compared to what they have, and you notice that they have, again, their spears are stone tipped. They have bone tools that they use. Nothing wrong with that, but if they had the ability to use metal, you see that they would love to do it. But unfortunately, you don't have a traveling forge that you brought with you. So sorry, dwarves.
Left it at home.
Right, left it at home. No pocket forge. So they know nothing of metalworking. They make simple huts in the dense woods with only 10 feet high, very poor walls of woven grass and mud, protecting the village from the many beasts and wicked things roaming the wild lands. They are amazed at your armor, weapons, and many other items far advanced beyond their means. And around the fire, they tell you tales of their repeated flights from the wicked men of the East and their cohorts, which they call the Night Hunters. From their description, you believe these Night Hunters to be orcs. This explains why their village is not sturdier. They never stay longer than a few months until the next raid. Sometimes in this case, it's been maybe a little bit longer, but they never really make anything permanent because they think, what's the point? We're just going to be driven away again. Because their best opportunity is basically flight. You know, those who stay behind and fight usually get mown down. So they only do that to protect their children. So you're around the fire. What do you do? Acting in character.
Well, I think God will certainly, he feels some empathy for them being a fellow tribesman, and asks if there's and say we're a fairly effective group, and asks if there's anything they especially need being done, or any particular recent threats they would like us to investigate.
Okay. And so that's what you're going to do. This is a map of the village, and there's a fire at the center, so you can see that. Pass that around if you need to. Okay, so who do you approach?
I'd say probably Eeyore, just because Gon sees himself as kind of a wise man. So we'll definitely talk to the leader. But if they actually have any, kind of wise men or wise women,
Do you have elders that
speak to some of the elders and
Mhm.
and explain that we're we're a very capable group, and if they have any particular dangers that they've been worried about, that we could perhaps investigate them.
Okay, so the elders and the older men and women of the tribe that have what gathered lore there is, they are very interested in what you are saying, and you feel that they trust you more. Not that they don't trust the others, but they feel a little bit more kinship with you. And you understand living in the woods and all that. So they do share with you that they wish that they had the ability to make a stronger defense. Because if they could, then maybe they could hold back their invaders and actually stay in one place, because the ocean is not far away. And some of their tribes people there in the village, because their village is closest to the ocean, there's 2 other villages to the east, and they've talked about how maybe there might be those who want to try building a raft and going out fishing and trying to supplement their meager food that way, but they can't really engage in that unless they have stronger defenses. So they think that would be the most useful thing, unless of course they say you want to live among us and stay here your whole life as our protectors.
We were kind of on a mission to investigate further, but we do have a captain who might actually be good at leading us in building some fortifications. Then,
at this point, Hayor comes over and says, "I appreciate you are very generous and very kind, but we are strong enough to take care of ourselves. So." Maybe you can help us with some more defenses, but we are maybe poor in your eyes, but your captain, I'm sure, has good ideas, but we will decide what is good for us. And then the elders all say, yes, that's true. So they kind of defer to Hayor. So you kind of get the idea that Hayor is maybe well-intentioned, but a little bit of a strong-willed individual. Probably how he became
Too
chieftain.
proud to accept help.
Yes, possibly. You're going to have to kind of negotiate how to do that in a way that doesn't make them feel like they're just helpless.
Have they ever tried like setting up traps around their camp so that when the orcs like come at them, they can maybe like have some sort of hidden trench that the orcs could fall into?
Okay, so you come up and stand next to. Okay, so you're next to Gon, and you ask this, and the elders nod their heads and shake their heads. No, we've never done that before, but that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, we've done this before when we had to try to bring down big game, but we never thought of doing that for the orcs. It's a good idea. Yeah, so they're kind of like trying to tell Hayor, these people have some good ideas. So, all right. And so as you're getting to know the villagers a little bit, let me go around so everybody gets a chance here. What are you doing? What is Fumella doing?
Watching.
Watching. You're gathering intel. Okay.
I'm assessing the people in the group. I've decided that the chief is too proud to ask for help.
Yep.
And I'm watching all of the interactions, trying to come up with
okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to come up with my own assessment from the things that are not said as much as the things that are said.
And do you do this sitting at the fire looking, or do you kind of walk around a little bit to kind of be able to get a better view of what people are saying?
I don't want to make people uncomfortable by wandering around, so I'm just sitting.
You're sitting using your keen hearing as best as you can. As
my keen awareness.
Yes, you do have strong awareness, which you'll get to use soon.
Yes.
All right, and you've already kind of shared what you're coming up and kind of assisting. What is Roar doing for Dwarf?
While my friend is sitting patiently at the fire, just observing everything, I am going to be wandering around, eating a little bit, but also just observing the perimeter, just taking that in. If there's, I don't think there's any walls. It doesn't sound like there's any walls.
There are walls around the village, but they're very poor walls of woven grass and mud. They're about 10 feet high.
I barely recognize them as walls.
Yeah, they're like,
Okay.
oh, as a dwarf, you're like, oh, cringe.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like really
Yeah.
poor workmanship.
So keep out the deer.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts. But I'm actually going around.
Munching on something so as not to draw attention to
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah, yeah. I'm just taking in the sights while munching
Alright.
on some of that
Little leg of
delicious
boar.
boar.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
good. You
Yeah.
have to admit, their cooking skills are pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you're walking around, kind of taking things in and watching, you walk underneath the tree, and water just pours on you. I mean, you just get drenched, like somebody upended a bucket or something over you of water, and now your leg of boar is all wet, and you're wondering what's going on.
Well, I would also like just want to look around. Probably have my axe, like hand on my axe,
Okay.
ready to draw it.
Okay, your
Because
hand is your axe.
water doesn't just appear from nowhere.
No microburst here.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so so what you see is under this tree, you see up in the tree, there's a girl about 12 years old holding a clay pot up in the tree, and she giggles at you. Silly strangers. She says her name is Miro, and she's Hera's daughter. And so she says, I hope I didn't soak your beard too much. And then she giggles. She says, where did you come from? We've never seen anyone like you before. Are all dwarves short and wide? Do you sharpen your axe every day or only every month? Where do you get food from? Do you chop down trees with that axe or only orcs? She just like,
Yeah.
why is this guy blue? Things like that.
Yeah. I'm going
Asking
to
why
just
they're blue.
walk.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Okay. So Hare's daughter Miro, she's kind of mischievous, but curious. Okay, what do you do?
Well, I just kind of chat around, socialize with some of the villagers, and I'm always constantly on the lookout for any bottles of wine.
Right. Yes. And are you trying out their vintage?
Oh, of course, yes.
All right. So you're gonna have to make a roll to see how that sits with your stomach.
What shall I roll?
This yak milk beer, huh?
It's going to be an opposed roll. I'm going to be rolling the wine, and you're going to roll your. It's going to be. We'll just go against your parry. What's your parry?
Parry is 17.
Okay, well, it tastes kind of bitter and not very good brew, but it doesn't turn your stomach. You decide that your own flask of superior Darwinian wine is much more to your liking. Okay, so good. Do you tell me, though, if you imbibe a lot? Because remember, that triggers certain things in you.
I try not to imbibe too much.
Okay, right.
But at night, I could get carried away.
That's true, you could. Okay, well. All right, so what do you do? Are you kind of were talking there?
I was talking there, and again, just to reiterate that we're very pleased to have gotten this feast. We certainly want to do what we can to help the community. Probably talk to Hayor a little bit more.
Right.
He
kind of softens up.
Uh-huh.
You get the feeling that they kind of come off as a little bit bluff and gruff, but he actually really does need help.
Okay.
So I think as they get used to
as I hang out with him, ask how his family is, all the, those constant questions that every tribesman asks.
Absolutely. Well, he has no sons. He has a daughter, Miro. She's kind of a handful, but he thinks that she will make a good chiefess someday. And it's not always handed down from parent to child. Sometimes the tribe will choose a new one, but there's also stability in the same family. His father was actually a chieftain as well, Hayor. So, but you get the feeling, all of you, that
Mhm.
all the villagers are kind of on edge. They start to get a little bit more nervous. They're glancing outside the flimsy walls, and so you see they don't really have guards as such, but those capable, those who are kind of the protectors of the village, they kind of close the ramshackle gate that they have and kind of draw some sticks and branches across it, you know, stout ones, to try to kind of keep it sort of, you know, shut. Anyway, so looks like everybody's kind of getting ready to kind of go to their huts, and there looks like there are some warriors that do kind of night patrol.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely ask Keor, you know, that it seems like the village is a little on edge, and if there is something specific that they're particularly worried about.
Oh, my friend, this is every night for us. We are always like this at night, because if something happens, usually it will happen at night, but even if nothing affects us, much will go on. I hope you sleep well. Good night.
Where do they have us set up to camp
They have
out?
a guest hut for you all,
Uh-huh.
and they don't really have lots and lots of rooms, so I'm afraid it's going to be a little bit packed. But you know, if those of you who are elves who wish to, like, you know, wander into the stars and just kind of do that, that's fine. You don't really need to like have sound slumber. All right.
After Miro dumps water on him,
Yes.
I'm gonna go talk to her.
Okay. She has climbed down the tree and is trying to avoid the glare of her father,
Mm-hmm.
who also noticed what happened. But yes, she kind of has an innocent look at you, holding the jar. Oh, hello.
Do you
You're very
often
tall.
dump water on guests?
Oh, only when they look dry and very hot from the fire.
And do you often climb trees?
All the time. It's great because you can see things up there, and it's also safer because, you know, when things come through the village, then, you know, if you climb a tree, then usually they don't notice you. So it's my skill.
I think that's wise.
Thank you. But what's your name?
I'm Fumella.
Wow. Are you old?
I am kind of old.
How old are you?
I am 1,300 years old.
Years? Like
I'm
winters?
I'm a little ancient, yes.
You don't look that old.
I moisturize.
You don't want any water, do you? Because you're gonna.
Thank you, but I'm quite fine in that
Wow.
regard.
Okay. Well, man, she kind of drops her bravado kind of thing, and you can see earnestly she's very interested in. She doesn't pepper you with questions so much as just kind of look longingly at the fact that you have experience and wisdom and pretty amazing weapons. She says, one day when my father is no longer able to be chieftain, I will have to take the role, but I don't really want to. I don't know. I think it looks really scary to have to be in charge of things.
What scares you the most right now?
Well, just knowing what to do to protect our people. We just have so little to keep, and I'm afraid that if I was chief, that if I was the Hayor, that maybe we wouldn't survive.
You will learn. You clearly have wisdom in your tree climbing. You will learn. I have faith in you.
She kind of brightens up a little bit at that. And, thanks. I'm gonna go fill my jug again.
Okay.
Bye.
Have a lovely time.
Thanks.
Thanks for the visit.
Okay. I'll ask you if you want water next time.
After I'm happy with the perimeter, I would like to go dry off at the fire
You do dry off.
and get some more meat.
Okay, and more meat. Yeah. I mean, this was a little waterlogged, so.
Yeah.
All right, so it's nighttime, and as you kind of find, you know, they do have some woven kind of blankets as such. They don't have livestock, so they're animal hides, and so they give you the best of what they have. You feel like the chieftain probably is giving you his own, you know, bed furs, and it's nighttime now. The fire's died down. And so wherever you are, whether you're in the hut or not, there's no imminent danger, but it's hard to sleep. and you sense something out there. Pick one d6,
And
and
then
as our last action before our break, take a d6 and roll. And I'm going to ask you what your number is in just a moment. Okay? Who has a 1? You hear a high-pitched shriek. Ah! Suddenly cut off, as if choked. It comes from out in the woods. Okay. Who got a 2? 3? 4? 5.
5.
The normal night sounds of crickets and the chirps of nocturnal birds suddenly get silent. And you hear a deep growling coming from somewhere to the north of the village. And it kind of, you hear the growling, and that stops.
Well,
And then a few minutes later, you hear the growling, and it stops. It's not coming closer, it's just these night sounds, man. They're creeping out.
I get up and knock an arrow.
And I will go ahead and awake my fellows here in the hut, and then we'll hide.
Well,
Okay.
I would suppose that the screaming would
Yeah.
probably wake me up before Gon could.
You're kind of having a hard time sleeping anyway, but Gon comes over and says, "Did you hear that?" You know? So how do you all respond?
I'm gonna immediately get up and try to figure out what it is.
All right, so you knock an arrow. You're kind of looking around to see if you can see anything. You can't. It's pitch black out there, and certainly not in the village. You're hearing, since you're kind of woodcrafting, you think maybe it was a couple of 100 yards away. What are you doing?
Getting up and also trying to find out where exactly
Okay.
where that.
All right, you're alert.
Very much.
Okay,
So,
right.
Where's our guest hut at?
It would be the storage hut,
Oh,
which they don't have really much to store, so they repurposed it as a guest hut.
gotcha.
And one more. What are you doing?
What's all that commotion?
Yeah. Okay. And you.
Like I said, I had awoken those who I could, and then kind of slipped out and hid.
Yeah, you're like. That's what I do. Man.
Yeah.
Hi. You've had a really good hiding spot. Best one in the whole village.
He went gone.
Gon is gone.
Okay. Yes.
How good is my vision as an elf?
Pretty good. Yeah, so elves do have some night vision as well as dwarves do, so you're pretty stacked that way. But you don't see anything. I mean, you walk around the whole, perimeter. You even talk to the guards. They're like, oh yeah, it happens every night. We have no idea what it is. Last time we sent somebody else to check it out, they never came back. So we're just used to it. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
Here, hold the chair.
Can you get past me, Claire?
Yeah, got it.
Hey, can you get that by Bill's spot? Oh, not the top book. What am I? No, that's not the one either. Darn it. What am I looking for? The rules.
Oh.
Did I not?
Oh, wait a minute. I have them right here.
Thank you. That one. That's the one.
That's the first edition. Total.
That's the first edition. Yep.
Just because they haven't published the other one.
I think he's doing okay though. So as long as I carry on, so.
Keep it moving.
Yep, I will do. Well, it was also hard because I haven't seen it come in probably through this. It's also kind of like a reset, but I should have moved faster.
And I'm going to take cat naps every time I take a break. I forgot to sleep last night.
Yeah, well, looks like you were in the village with weird sounds outside, huh?
Yeah, that's it. And a cat. That loves me. Aww.
That loves you a little too much.
Sometimes.
How are you friends doing?
They're doing okay. My dad got word about his blood cancer, and it is the good kind of blood cancer, and something else will kill him before it does.
Okay.
So that we just got that news at the tail end of last week.
How did he feel about that? Did he feel a little bit encouraged by that?
Yes, I mean he's frustrated because they can't do anything about his fatigue.
So he gets tired pretty easily.
So yeah, he gets tired very easily. But you know, he's relieved about the other.
Absolutely.
So it's good that I am there.
Right.
And did you ever watch Atypical on Netflix? About
No.
the autistic kid? It's really well
Is it
written.
really good?
It's really good. And I got there are 4 seasons. The 4th season just came out. But I got my folks to watch it. And my dad was never diagnosed as being on the spectrum, but he can't get over how much he relates to the autistic kid.
Wow.
Um,
That is interesting.
so yeah,
So and it's called Atypical?
Atypical, yes.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's really quite good. It's you know, there is marital infidelity at the beginning, but it's worth getting past that. You know, at first I was ready to turn it off because of that, and I said, no, just hang on, and I was glad I did.
Okay. How's it going?
Sleepy but well. How are you?
Oh, same here. I've been up since 4, or at least awake since 4.
Wow.
Me too.
You guys will really relate to this whole idea of being not slept well.
Yeah.
Like in the game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as long as I have a good bottle of wine around, I'm satisfied.
With fortified wine.
Ah, yes. Finest
So when
wine
is
of the-
second edition tour supposed to come out?
November, right?
The full thing will.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to send out the core rules earlier, but
As a
probably we
PDF?
should get our hopes up.
Yeah.
As a PDF.
Like a preview copy, kind of?
Mhm.
Like a preview copy?
It's possible, but
Sometime this fall, Bill.
Mm-hmm. And what have you thought? You've gotten to look at the new one a little bit. What do you think? Is it a big
I like
improvement?
I like how they've simplified it,
I see how it is.
but
I gotta get up anyways.
I would also say that
Mhm.
it's surprising how the second edition doesn't keep like all the races.
Mhm.
It doesn't?
Mm-mm. Like there's no Rohirrim in it.
Why not?
They're waiting for the Rohirrim guidebook to
Expansion.
come out.
Yeah, but you don't have to. I mean, first edition, it makes sense. You come out with basic 5 races that you can choose. Partly because they're sitting in Wilderland, right? And then later, they add Rivendell. So then they're like, okay, now you can go west of the mountains and you can be a ranger or a high elf. And then you add the Rohanic, expansion. But they were working on, in second edition or first edition, they were working on like Gondor, Dunlandings, Rohirrim.
Well, we got the Rohirrim PDF, but that's it.
Not the second edition.
No, first edition.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying,
And this-
why wouldn't you include all of them? So that's a choice that they're making consciously, and I'm thinking that they're saying, now we're moving to Eriador. It's the second half of that 80-year span between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings.
Okay, and so it's still set in that just after the Hobbit time
Yeah,
period.
third age.
Okay.
But they're putting it a little bit later because they're saying, well,
The War of the Rings has begun.
Mhm.
No?
No, it's about, this is starting in about 2960, the Third Age. So it would be roughly when Frodo is born. But it's the kind of the second half of that time period, whereas up till now it's been mostly what they had. I mean, I think the Darkening of Mirkwood had kind of a 30-year span.
It was a 30-year arc, yeah.
But most of the stuff that's out there, people were working through it, and it was going, a little more slowly. I don't know. I think they're just doing it kind of like they did in the first edition, where it's to a certain area.
Mhm.
Eriador is west of the Misty Mountains. So you've got the Shire. You've got, so like the only men they have is men of Bree. Oh, Bardings. They do have Bardings. They have Bardings, men of Bree. They have dwarves of Durance folk, so they don't have like the distinction they made in first edition of dwarves of the Blue Mountain, dwarves of Lonely Mountain, dwarves of the Grey Mountains, dwarves of the Iron Hills. Much more possibility in the first edition. I don't know why they did that, so I'm just retconning that in.
Yeah, because in your campaign I played Beligo. I think he's Rodian, right?
He's a mix of a ranger. His
No, I was
father
a-
was a ranger, but his mother was a Rohirrim.
That's right.
Another with a hamster.
That's right.
You smell the elderberries?
I have a question about
Yeah.
stuff on it. I don't really like Lord of the Rings D&D. I'm well versed in 5e, but what is Furious?
So yeah, I said that I would let you. Can I borrow the one reading core book there?
Yep.
So I'll show you
when you hear French
and
insult,
then
your
you can
father
hand it back
smells
to
of
Bill.
elderberries. It's kind of like saying your father bathed.
So, Furious. Yeah, there's a lot.
No,
of
the French, I don't believe that.
And it's under the Bjornings.
Especially
the Bjornings don't exist yet. So it's
for
the second whale book.
I know it sounded like something out of
Yeah.
Campaign is kind of earlier.
The
If you
French.
read where it
Isn't that
says
word already?
Furious,
Yeah.
it'll talk about it right there.
Okay. And then Despair.
Yeah, that just means if your character ended up
We call them the French.
giving into the shadow weakness, it would be like I said before, where if you were to go mad, it's not going to happen. We're only going to be in this for 3 sessions today. But if your character were really going rogue, then you would tend to fall into the trap that is the opposite of your calling, right? So like a warden wants to protect things, but if you give up, like if you feel, yeah, I just can't do it, then you end up succumbing to despair and just kind of like checking out and not really caring about others. That's not going to be, I mean, that's a long process.
Okay.
But you'll eventually pull a Baramar.
Auden.
What's that?
Distinctive features.
Oh yes, Anduin lore. That just means that you have lore from the Anduin River. You are mountaineer, so anything in the mountains that you would have favored. Shadow lore, which means that you know, you have a better sense. Like you could say to me, since I have shadow lore, would I have any awareness of anything out of the ordinary that seems wrong or bad or evil?
So just like really good street sense.
More than that.
Is there coffee?
Because in Middle Earth, it's not like D&D where it's kind of morally neutral with good and bad and chaotic and lawful. It's there's a very clear distinction between good and evil, and people are maybe in the middle in the sense that they can kind of go either way, but it's set up to celebrate the good, but it comes through sacrifice. It comes through helping your buddies. You know, it comes through resisting the greed. Like if you were a treasure hunter, dragon sickness is kind of like what you would be. So there's always going to be things that kind of tempt you. And your person, Shadow Lore, is because remember, Sauron is not just like some boss in a game. He's the puppeteer. He's behind all the evil schemes. So anything that smacks of shadow, anything that smacks of evil, your character, you can use that ability. We should get started, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So
Coffee, man.
we're just talking about the traits. So like there are certain traits that you have. That's another thing. Second edition they're a bit low on. They don't have as many distinctive features available, but there are certain things that you can always ask, would I be able to just do this? Because some actions would be easily, you could just say, okay, I want to climb this tree. Now, if if your character is experienced in that, then you just do it automatically. But otherwise, everybody else has to make an athletics roll. So, right, to be able to get up the tree. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh, did I give you the wrong one? Sorry. Okay. All right. Is David coming?
He's getting coffee.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to get started.
Yeah.
All right. I need all of you to make a fear test because although you might be doughty warriors and such, you actually have often You've not had this many. There's just weird sounds going on around you all night long. You feel like you're not being well rested. And so a fear test is you're going to take your valor. So you should have, you know where it says rewards? Where it says rewards, there should be a valor rating.
I have no number.
Okay. You
You are valorous.
have a two for both. All right, so you're going to take, that's going to be the number of d6. So if your valor is 2, that's going to be the number of d6. Plus, of course, you always roll the feat die.
Okay.
Always roll the feat die, the d12.
Oh.
I got a 14, which I think is a success.
It is. Okay, what did you get, Anthony?
Total of 10.
10. Okay, you fail your fear roll
Oh.
and are temporarily, you are kind of stricken with dread. You will be exhausted tonight because you're just you're on adrenaline all night long, and you're gonna wake up just feeling spent. Yeah, right? Just like that.
I have a 10.
You also sleep really crappy, and
I didn't get dry enough.
didn't get a wink, right?
I've been, yeah.
I mean, the water gets down into the armor, and even if you take it off,
And I tried. It was horrible. And then
kiss
there's
the
that,
trees.
there's that scream from the
Screams.
woods.
yeah,
Yeah, no.
there's just lots of weird noises. It keeps you up. It's very alarming. And what did you get?
6.
You also do not sleep well. You fail your fear test. You are just really concerned because you might be very strong and courageous, but you're surrounded by unknown dangers here. And this seems to be almost like a pocket of dark things for some reason.
Well, and I was thinking that the
Actually,
6 is...
Bill, just a
Okay.
minute. I'm going to come to you. You're next.
I am a 7. I am particularly concerned because I am not accustomed to being this afraid and tired.
Yeah, it's true. Almost as if there's some kind of power trying to make you afraid. Yeah, so you also feel exhausted. Yes.
They got close enough they could burn their hope and get successes, though.
Not for a fear test.
Not for a fear test. Okay, drive on.
Actually, let me double check on that.
I thought they could, but...
I'm going to say in this instance, but for the next time, I will double check that. But there are times when they're not able to, and so this will be one of them. Yes.
Okay.
I just saw John go over. I think she might have forgot to roll that one and add it.
Yeah, you need to roll the d12 as well.
She
Yeah, I
did.
rolled
She got a 9 on that.
Okay,
So
well,
nine.
you got to add that to this, so then that's 15.
Oh,
She's
sorry.
had
I
a success.
Right.
So you're not exhausted.
Sweet.
You
Okay.
you dream of being exhausted,
So
but
it's the
thankfully when you
human.
wake up, you
I was
are
like,
not.
oh snap, okay.
They're
Oh,
more used to
man.
this, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so tired while I was in my dream, but now I feel great. And how did you roll?
A 14, which
Okay.
is a
Yeah, you already
success.
said that. Okay, did everybody roll? Okay.
Yep.
All right, great. Okay, so just keep note of the fact that you may feel temporarily a little fatigued, and so that there's no permanent effect, but just like, oof. Those of you who feel pretty good, you're getting up first, and here is what you see. It's now very early morning. The sun has not yet risen above the tree lines, so the mists from the shore still lie heavy on the land. You've just finished getting up for day, those of you who weren't exhausted. And you started getting some food and donning your gear in preparation to continue your journey of exploration. You think that your guide, Jeet, who looks like he slept very refreshed. Something about the Druidine, they just they don't worry about it. They can hide. But your Druidine guide draws a few features in the dirt as you debate where to go next after this village. You know, you're like, well, we could help them, maybe we will. But if we go on afterwards, where do we go next? We'll have to kind of discuss this as a group, if we want to stay here, if we want to kind of scout the terrain, blah, blah, blah. And so you're packing up. Meanwhile, those of you who are exhausted, you finally wake up and you kind of feel drained, but you manage. And so you guys are packing up your things, getting a quick bite, and then you're going to have kind of little of a discussion now. You're kind of warming yourself at the fire. It is early summer, so at night it's still a little bit cool. So it's nice to have a fire, and thankfully there's no nightly noises. So.
Ambiance.
Yes, indeed. Does anybody have? So we'll just go around and say, I'm going to have you guys role play this as your character, and I want you to discuss whether you should say farewells to the village chief and his mischievous daughter, and kind of do some more scouting to see what else is going on with the other villages, or if you think you guys need to kind of stay put for a little while. So, as your character, remember, say again your names.
Roar.
Lanillian.
And gone.
Fumella.
Raven.
All right, and so you sit around the fire this morning while you're waking up. Some of you might take a little extra work, but thankfully they have this black substance that they use, leaves. And actually it's the best thing you've had. So those of you who are like, oh my head, it kind of perks you up. So yeah, it's good stuff.
I think that we should stay. They need help. They're just going to be driven to extinction if we don't do something about it. If we can help them, we should help them.
You mean the villagers?
Yeah.
Raven?
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of like these villagers. So I count some of them as my friends, so why not?
And Gone is thinking that we should scout the other villages and find out how they're doing, and perhaps even arrange for some sort of federation among the villages.
No, that
villagers.
makes sense.
And he also encouraged us to perhaps invite Muriel along as well, so that she can see the other villages too.
I think that there's value here in the village, especially from this black substance.
I can understand and see the value in scouting the other villages and seeing if we can come to some kind of alliance and provide a bigger force to face the evil. I am nervous of bringing a 12-year-old. I
That's
would not.
dangerous.
Yeah, I would not want to be responsible to her father should anything happen to her.
She can handle it.
She is 12.
That's old enough to me. In human terms.
Aren't they all 12?
She is but a baby.
Yes, guarding a village of middle schoolers.
That's kind of what I feel like this is.
So I agree with you, Ron. But let's talk to the villagers here about going to seek an alliance.
I think a better way to help them would be to also help them learn how to protect themselves. They said they've never set up traps before. Orcs are not exactly known for being
The brightest.
smart. I don't think it would be very difficult to outsmart them. It would be very akin to catching a large animal, albeit this large animal has herdy things, but large animal.
Yeah.
They
Now-
could build trenches. They could fight. Teach them to fight.
While I would say generally orcs are lesser intelligent than most of our companions, they are not just simply mindless beasts. They can have cunning and can be very dangerous
And they
if
move
you
swiftly.
underestimate them, right?
But
So,
we could spend a week or two
yes.
helping.
Oh, there's certainly improvements we can have. Have you seen their walls? I think their walls.
I think we all have skills we could teach them. You can help them build hardier walls that would actually be effective and at least minimizing some of the effects. We could teach them to build effective traps, maybe help them learn how to forage, bring some of these
And teach them how to ferment the best wine.
bring
What
some
is
of these
different from
advancements
this?
from the outside worlds to them, so that, and give them the hope that they need to be able to settle, the confidence that they need to settle here, make this place home, and fight for it.
Yes.
Or at least keep themselves safe enough until we can come back.
And we
An
should
allied
also
force.
find out from the villagers what they know of the neighboring other villages, and find out if they know of any particular issues that are facing those neighboring villages.
In general, how is the terrain as far as like defensible? Like, is it all flat here, or is there a place fairly close by that might be a little bit more naturally defensible?
So this is an overall view based on what your guide, Jeet, draws in the dirt for you.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's very good at drawing in the dirt.
Gotcha.
That's a good topographical
Right?
math for the
Wow.
He's like, he uses
the
his
dirt?
fingernails.
In
he
the
uses
dirt.
sticks.
Look at that.
That's it. What is this?
That is,
Phenomenal.
yeah.
He mounds up like for the villages. He's like, well, in this one's on kind of a little bit of a hill
I
here.
will critique his work.
It's really good.
Wow.
Uses little pieces of leaves to demonstrate what the forest and are. And
So it's like the sand table
It's too bad
expert.
you don't like math.
It's too bad I can't read.
That's actually darn.
If only I could read.
What does this mean? There's these marks on here. Bird scratches. You're the captain, so
This is the large
Flor,
Yes.
okay. Flor has to hear what everybody else has said,
Yes.
and then kind of say, okay, guys, the consensus is here's what we're gonna do.
Well, it sounds like we are going to help them out, possibly by imparting some knowledge to them, but also to check out the other villages and maybe make some alliances and forge camaraderie, which can always help in a region.
So as you're discussing the different merits of what you can do to help, and then possibly include reaching out to the other villages as well, et cetera, and you're talking to the village chief about some of these thoughts, and they're discussing it further over more black stuff. A scream is heard from the other side of the village, but this time it's in the village. All at once, chaos erupts. Wicked men and dark orcs start to leap from the walls and tear down the weak wooden gates. And they're bursting in from several different directions, about 4. About 20 of them are coming into the village. Dark metal gleaming. The villagers have only primitive wooden spears with rock tips and rock knives. So while you could give them some fight, these people are no match. And so everyone, including the chieftain and his family, flee in multiple directions. You just see them all go, because that's what they do when this happens to them. They try to hide. The Druidine guide, Jeet, quickly beckons for you, and those few villagers pleading for your protection. He says, come follow me. I know where the shore is. I think we can be able to get away there and regroup. This is no place to fight. Come. And then without waiting for an answer, he tears off to the west. And several of the villagers follow him, and including the chieftain and his daughter Miro, and a man that you've met as the shaman. And so he's like their wise man who knows the remedies and all that. And there's a couple of the villagers. They all follow Jeet. They're gone. At this point, you sense that staying in the village is kind of a non-starter because there's no place to put your back up against. This is all just like tissue paper, although you don't know what that is. But it's like, it's not a great place. So
Yeah, we should follow G.
all right, so he follows Jake because he's another Druidine.
He went to the west.
Yes.
Along the way, I'd also like to open the animal pens so
Okay.
that they can maybe add a little bit more chaos and also make it harder for the orcs to round off.
Yes, exactly. And also maybe so you guys can escape more easily.
Yes.
All right, you succeeded that. That's something you don't have to roll for. What do you do?
I grab my bottle of wine and follow John.
Yeah, boy, it's good you didn't forget your bottle of wine.
I grab my weapons and go along
Right.
with the group.
Okay, very good. What do you do?
There's definitely a moment where I'm contemplating fighting them. There's like a solid minute where I'm like, But everybody else is going, and I
Right.
figure one versus.
You could at least get some glory from being the rear guard and defending.
I will definitely do that.
You are covering them as they're fleeing. You're like, okay, well, I'm retreating reluctantly. All right, so you guys, so the Druidine guide quickly leads your party around between the huts and over a wall, and then you flee south and west with a handful of villagers. Unfortunately, though, after going through the woods quickly, listen, stop about 5 minutes later, listen. Unfortunately, you did not escape undetected. Perhaps it was the dwarf among you making so much noise, crashing through the underbrush.
Yeah.
We'll never know. But, you know, why target the poor dwarf? Everybody was making lots of noise, right? Yeah. So, in any case, moments after you dashed into the woods, you heard the crashing noises and guttural laughter of swiftly following pursuit. The druid comments that actually he doesn't know this area very well, but is trying to find the fastest path of flight. So you break out of the trees a few minutes later with the mist beginning to clear, although it's still on the water, as you realize you've come to the shoreline of a lagoon, which is a little inlet of the sea. And let me show you what that looks like. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we'll just use, actually I'm going to use a map if we can. I'll move your copy here, buddy.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Sorry.
So if I can take this map. Yeah, let's take this off. All right, and if you could maybe just keep your dice back a little bit. All right, so we'll need your mini. So this represents the lagoon, and you guys are right over here, and that's a cliff, so you can't be on the cliff.
Oh.
You're over here,
Over here?
and then yep, in that general area.
How high
We can place your actual spot in a minute.
How high is that cliff?
Oh, it's unscalable. It's
Okay.
well, no, you could. It'd be very difficult. You could try.
I'm just curious how high it was. So.
If you had you most dwarves carry rope with them, so that would probably be assumed. You could try, but you would need a grappling hook, which you don't have with you,
Right.
unfortunately.
That's fine.
But there might be some way. But it's a pretty vertical. It's like this, so it comes down pretty sheer to the beach. So here we have a lagoon. You've come down this way. There's a cliff here and a cliff there. And as you've come out of the trees and down this way with the villagers, you discover that there's actually no way out. That ends up, basically the cliff goes right down to the water, and it's either you've got the cliff on the one side, you've got the lagoon on the other side, you can go back the way you came, which is where the others are coming, or there's this way, but there's actually two groups of, there's orcs and there's evil men, and the evil men come from here and the orcs come up over here. So you're kind of assessing the situation. At this point, you're not in immediate, you're not in combat yet.
Do you have
read a
any-
little,
Who of the good NPCs are with them, if any?
I
We have G.
so
Your
no,
mural.
don't worry about G. It'd be the
Your mural.
yeah. We've got basically three people for sure. We've got G. We've got the chieftain and the shaman and Miro. But we don't have to represent all the. There's about 10 villagers who are with you for protection. So we can just have a few pieces that would represent that. So the Drew comments that he does. Again, we already mentioned that. Let's see here. A few moments later, you realize you've walked into a dead end. The creatures behind you slow their pace and begin throwing stones and wicked darts casually at you and the villagers. One villager panics and tries to climb the sheer basalt cliff face. He's a mere 10 feet up from the ground when a heavy spear thrown from an orc pierces his back and he falls to the ground with a scream and dies. You turn to face your foes and prepare to fight to the death. They're basically here, blocking your escape this way or this way.
I want to call to my fellowship focus folks. So for Lenillian, come, backs to me. We can fight in 3 directions and prevent people from sneaking up on us.
Okay, Mom. You're old enough to be my mother.
Did you really say that? It's true, right? Because you're a younger elf.
Yes, I was born in the year 0 of the second age, or at least like something like that.
Yeah.
Is there a year 0 actually?
No.
Oh, it just jumps.
It's just like, yeah, it jumps from the very end of the first age to then
So
the next one is your 1.
So like 1 BC to 1 AD.
Exactly. That's right.
You have a bow, though, right?
I have a bow.
I would rather put you to the back of
Yeah.
me. I do not have a bow, and we would know this. So
You need more than that. I have plenty. I have goblins, so.
Yeah. There's about 20 assailants. There should be about 15 to 20.
There's 13.
You want a warg rider?
Yes.
Hog has maps. Like the one I got you. Take a look at those frames and let me know if you want one.
Okay.
And I'll take care of
thank you.
that.
Sufficiently ugly.
And one actually.
Huh? It isn't.
So Samantha, have you ever role played before?
No, I've never done it before.
This is my
More
first
of a-
time even watching it.
Or a reader. It's like collaborative storytelling.
Yeah.
And the way I kind of see it with Middle Earth is that Tolkien talked about other minds and other hands adding to the story. When he was younger, he was more optimistic about that. As he got older, he was a little bit more protective of his work. But he constantly revised his own work. So we do try to be faithful to the canon of what he's written. But there's a lot of, it's kind of filling in the blanks.
Yeah.
And then the adventurers are adding to the story through their exploits, what they can do, their deeds of valor and wisdom. And so that's what's fun about it. It's not a neutral thing. It's really, you feel like you are definitely in the conflict, and it's bigger than you.
Yeah.
And it's about something that will help people even after your character is gone. Thanks, John. I think that's probably good.
I got shaman in here or here and the daughter. I'm
Yeah,
gonna put
let's-
them way in the back.
Yeah, put them in the back because you guys would definitely be protecting them. Yeah, they're up there. There we go, because that's about the edge of the rock. They're like, well, we're not good swimmers, but if we have to, we'll try. Yes. Question?
No, just.
Okay, are you drinking or no?
A little bit.
I'm just asking because if you want to invoke your drunken master virtue, you have to tell me that.
What is that?
I've got it written down there. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. So, all right, let's go ahead and begin combat. And I'm going to need to use my little space here for keeping track. All right, so let's just review what I was talking about with combat before. And the weather right now, just so you know, it does look like it's going to be a beautiful day. I mean, you kind of oddly notice this if you're attuned to the weather, which the Druidine would be, right? You're like very sensitive to the direction of the wind. The wind has just kind of shifted. It's from the west now. And Jeet and you, Jeet and Gon, kind of lock eyes because it's always good. It's always like hopeful when the wind comes from the west or from the north. So anyway, but in the meantime, there's mist on the lagoon. You can only see about 30 feet out, but it's starting to burn off in the early morning. which is what it is. You didn't even get to finish that good black stuff back up at the village. You're so disappointed. So
At least I had some.
yeah, maybe more later. Okay, this is how combat runs. So you have the ability when you're far away to make ranged attacks with a spear. Problem, of course, is that if you throw your spear, then you don't have it back, right? Or a bow. And this is not counting as an ambush. You're able to prepare yourself. And then once they draw close to you, then you're talking melee. And so melee combat rules are slightly different. And whenever you're attempting to shoot or to hit an opponent, what you're doing is your target number for hitting them is going to be your strength target number. Okay? That is the one you're using.
Okay.
And then your parry, which is over on the right-hand side where Wits is, your parry is when they try to hit you. That's their target number. So it's just simplified. Okay?
Okay.
So that's how it goes. You also need to adopt a stance once we're joined in melee, but right now we don't have to. So let's go ahead and begin. Those of you who have a bow, you see Commander here, right here, urging on the others. Is this an orc group? Yes. So he's urging on. He's the commander clearly, and so he's sending forth some of the nasty ones, but they're taking their time. The evil men are kind of sizing you up and thinking how fierce are you going to be when they're cornered? You kind of look fierce. So they're a little bit more reluctant now that they're kind of in a pitched fight with you. So they're kind of blocking the way along the shore, but that's kind of how they're arranged. The leader is here. He's got a bodyguard. The warg is actually going to be kind of here. And the rest of these are filling in to make sure you can't escape that way. There's a particularly nasty looking thing waiting to put some smackdown on you guys here. All right, we're going to go ahead and and for those who have a bow, let's go ahead and have you guys make a ranged attack if you want to.
I want to.
Okay. And it's the same feature as your old bow.
Okay.
So you remember how that worked. I think
Yeah.
you get to re-roll the
Yeah.
best result on the feat die.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically treated always as a feature thing. So go ahead, both of you can roll if you have a bow, and then we'll talk about the results.
Must be a lady type.
21.
Ooh. Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, I should have asked you who you're aiming it at.
I'm aiming at the captain.
Okay, aiming at captain. All right. So 21, and it's going to be your strength plus he has a parry bonus of 4.
That's just a 1.
So that'll be 18, and you beat that. All right, so you hit the orc chieftain. And what's your basic damage?
Damage is 7.
Okay, all right. All right. And you, what did you get?
I rolled an 18, and one of them's a 6. Does that mean great success?
Yes, that's true. And who are you aiming at?
I'm aiming at. So all these are orcs, right?
Yes, these are all orcs. These are evil men. And just so you know, slightly different. They're all your enemies, so it all's fair in the combat thing, right? However, when fighting an orc, you should never like torture or basically go after something unarmed or whatever, and because that would be a misdeed. But when fighting, essentially, you don't owe it anything as far as any quarter, any mercy. With the wicked men, they're humans, so you feel a little bit like if they dropped their weapons and surrendered, probably the right thing would be to do is to say, okay, So there's just there's a difference. These guys spend hate points just like you spend hope points, okay? Because they are diametrically opposed to everything you are. These guys have been corrupted, but could turn back if they were persuaded. But they have resolve points, which is more like stubbornness. Okay, that's how that factor works.
And quick question: I have a blowgun. What sort of range is the blowgun?
You're within range.
Okay.
So we don't have to use measurements in Tor.
Okay.
If it's one of the characters in the front, you would be able to reach them. But I'm going to let you go first, and then you can roll for
Okay.
your blowgun. So yeah, you who are you aiming at?
I'll aim at something here, something at this guy.
Right. Okay, good. So you got a clear line of sight. All right. You are able to hit, and so that's all right. And you are able to inflict how much damage with your bow?
7.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, you definitely do. You not only hit him with your arrow, but you can choose then to double that damage because of the fact that it was a great success. So go ahead and role play it. You basically kill him with your single shot.
Come on. Bullseye. Yeah.
All right. So you hit him. He falls stricken to the ground. Oh. Okay. Now, how about Garn? What do we got?
Okay, and
Garn on
this
the
is standard bearer figure actually a leader type among the dwarves?
The
The
orcs.
orcs?
Yeah, he's the leader. He's the one who's basically got a commanding voice.
This guy.
Yeah, if I could take him, that's certainly who Gon would try to take.
And where are you?
So I'm near the back though.
Okay, it's possible, but you got them in front of you.
Yep.
So is that where you want to actually be? You can move it if you want to.
Sure, I would move up. He's not a cowardly.
Okay, so he's going to try to get a line of sight.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll. It's going to be a little bit more difficult because of the distance.
All right. So that's well, I've got 2 of the 6s for the successes. So that is 16, 17, 18, 19 for my total. Target number is 15, so I think that would be a success and an extraordinary success.
I just need to know your total, Bill.
19.
Thank you. Actually, so you might want to consider spending a hope point because
And I'll burn a hope point.
because of the fact that the orc is kind of slightly blocking, so you're kind of weighing in the wind factor on your blow dart, all those things. It's going to take a little bit more finesse on this. So if you spend a hope point, you can make it.
Okay. With a extraordinary success.
Okay, with 2 6s. Excellent. So your normal damage is
3.
3.
And then I've also got this poison dart, so it reduces endurance by 2 per round.
Right, 2 points per round. All right, so you have hit him. You see it hit him in the neck. Oh! And he kind of takes the dart, throws it around. Oh! And he shakes it off and thinks, he kind of looks like he's not bothered by that, but you know that it's going to have a cumulative effect on him for every round. So this counts as round 1 of the poison, and he's lost 3. Okay, all right. So now it's time for melee because they're going to rush up at this point. A few goblin archers, which are the little guys, they shoot some arrows, but they kind of recklessly shoot them, so they kind of clatter. And those of you who have shields, you're able to dodge them pretty easily. So this guy, he comes up here and faces off with you. And an evil man, actually, 2 evil men come up here. And let's see, this big piece of...
Would I be able to intercept him before he actually reached?
Which
my
one is yours?
This guy.
Yes.
Okay.
You could.
Before he was to reach my elvish friends,
Yes.
I would rather meet him
Okay.
on the field.
Okay, so you're up here.
No, right here, because someone's already there.
Okay. Oh, you want to be up here.
Right. I want to prevent.
Oh,
him.
this guy.
This guy.
No. You're trying to go after this one. Okay.
Yeah, because
I see what you're saying.
I'm wanting to prevent him from getting to my back line.
I see what you're saying because of the archers.
Correct.
And again, sorry, I don't know them all, but who's this?
That's gone.
That's gone. Who is this? That's you.
Me.
Fumella.
Okay, Fumella.
Yeah, I should be behind.
Manilian.
Lanillian,
1 million. Okay. All right. So in this case, we've got basically 2 on each of them.
Yep.
Okay.
That's exactly what I want.
All right. You're soaking up some of that.
Mhm.
Very good. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So we're gonna have to declare a stance. If you're obviously back here, you're rearward. The problem is because you're outnumbered, that you're not gonna be able to have 3 people doing ranged. So you're gonna have to kind of swap out at this point, and one of the 3 of you is gonna have to run forward and help your comrades because otherwise you're kind of throwing them under the bus. So in this case,
Probably Gone will come charging forward.
okay, you'll kind of go up.
Mhm.
A little bit of guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go? Up here? Or
Um,
here?
Which is my human friend?
Me, right here.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely going up to
For
there.
fellowship focus. Okay, so
Yep.
you're gonna go up and join, and that will free then the 2 to be able to use their bows at this point.
Mhm.
And you can choose if you want to place yourself at a spot where you can kind of have a better vantage or whatever. At this point, also before we join melee, everybody's gonna roll battle, and what this does is it gives you some advantage dice that you can spend during your combat, kind of extra dice as we go. Okay. And that's actually a first edition thing. I don't think that's. I'm not sure.
I don't see that.
That's.
under this.
It is. Battle is in the middle column.
It's a.
Oh, there it
it's
is.
a hard
Yeah.
skill.
So remember, it's your D12 plus the number of D6 that you have.
What if I don't have any points?
Wow.
Then you only roll the D12.
Despite having just the one.
The target is 12.
So I've got a 16, but I've got both the 6 and the.
Okay,
And the
so
high.
you need to write down that you have 2 extra bonus dice that you can use
Okay.
during this combat. Just keep track of that.
Okay.
Please. Okay. Did you have? What did you get?
11.
Nope. Unless you want to spend a whole point.
I'll spend a whole point.
Okay. You raise a whole point, and you get 1 bonus die. What did you get?
17.
Okay, you get 1 bonus die. Just write that down under battle.
So I'm at 19 for the 7, but I would roll the 12-sided die twice because
Yes, because it's favored. Good job. That's right.
Oh, it's favored for me too.
And if it's
Nine.
underlined for battle, you would roll the defeat die twice to get the highest one.
Oh, well, then-
19 was the
Yep.
total.
No 6s.
No 6.
So if you get a 6, you get extra bonus dice. Okay, so you get 1 bonus die. And what about you?
I rolled a 6.
Only a 6.
Yes.
So it's not enough. You can spend a hope point to add your strength modifier up at the top. It's underneath the H in strength.
Okay.
But
That-
that probably wouldn't be a success anyway. So probably
5 plus 6, no.
No.
12 is the target number, so it's probably not worth it.
Nah.
So you don't get any bonus die. You'll just have to do the best you can.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have a question?
Interesting.
No, my second roll was worse than my first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now stances. There are 4. I had a visual for you guys to show you this. I'm not sure if I brought it.
Yeah, we used to have a chart.
My daughter drew this up. It's pretty clever, but you have 4 stances you can adopt. Forward, like I'm going in, guns blazing. What care I for protection, right? So the benefit is you can inflict more damage, or you can also rescue a friend who's like looking like they're basically been knocked down.
Okay.
But then when you're getting hit, it's going to be worse for you.
Gotcha.
Okay, generally speaking. Although second edition is not as punishing because the stances are not immediately related to your target number, but they will factor it in. You don't have to just excuse me because this is again like 2
Alpha.
weeks out, man.
Yeah. No. That's fine.
So that's forward. Then you have open, which is like I'm ready for anything, but I'm not heedless of danger. I'm kind of like I've got my shield. I'm advancing, right? Then you've got defensive, which is kind of holding back. You're definitely fighting. It's not in the very back, but you're planting your steps. You know you're kind of surveying the scene, and you're going to take tactical advantage.
Okay.
And you're not committing all your resources forward.
Gotcha.
And then finally, rearward, which is those who want to basically either prepare to escape, or if you are using a ranged weapon. So these 2 people are in rearward. automatically because you're choosing to use your bows. If Gone goes back into rearward and somebody else comes forward, then you would switch stances. Okay. So you just need to tell me what stance you're in, and that would determine the initiative for this battle. So what initiative? What stance?
I'm going to be defensive.
Defensive. Okay. Very good. What are you going to be?
I will be rearward.
Rearward. Yes.
Defensive.
Defensive.
Rear.
Rear.
Defense.
Okay. Very appropriate. All right. That's going to help you because as you're defensive, one of the things that you can do is I don't have can I have the core book right there?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So if you just want to look this up for me, actually,
Sure.
in the index, you can look up under stances, under S. There is, for defensive, there's a special action you can take. Each one, there's a special action. So if you're forward, you can do things. And I believe in open, it's rally comrades. And then if it's in defensive, what you can do is you can kind of protect others, which in this case is kind of the villagers and, of course, your archers. So, all right. So let's go ahead and get started. So because you guys are outnumbered, I'm gonna be nice and I'm gonna let you have the first turn. Oh, I know. So we'll say, so you're all defensive. So I'm gonna just say whoever has the greatest valor score, we'll start with you. And if you all are all at 2, then I'll just go from right to left this time. What's your valor?
2.
Okay. What's your valor?
2.
Yeah. So we'll just start from you and we'll work our way around. Okay. All right. So you're facing this evil, this wicked man who's got this weapon. He's trying to hit you with, I think that's a sword. But it's your turn first. And what weapon are you using?
I'm gonna go with my splitting axe.
All right, nice choice. Okay, and just so you know, the information on the splitting axe, because I couldn't write it all down before you came, but there is a really nice fact that you might want to look at, and it is, wait for it. There we go. So you'll look. There's facts here. You can read that up and find out about it. Okay. So you're going to use your splitting axe against Wicked Man 1, and we're going to roll your feat die plus the number of spaces. Looks like for your axe you've got 2, right? On your character sheet here, you've got 2 for axe plus the feat die. So roll these 3. Okay. Oh, okay, so I've Sauron just means a 0, but you do get 11 here, and that 6 is really nice. What does it say here about splitting axe? You roll, if you get a handle through and then 1 feat die, then target rolls 1 success die less for protection test. Okay, so it's not really going to help you here. You can't spend a hope point though, and that might be an advantage right now because it would. You're trying to.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a hope point.
Okay. So your target number basically is 13 for these guys are not super strong. They're just basically lackeys, the ruffians that got roped into this. So 13 is your target number, and if you don't have to roll again, you just add. You take away a hope point, and then you're going to add 7 to what you rolled.
Okay.
And so that should be enough, right?
Yeah.
So did you take out the hope point?
Yeah.
11 plus 7 is 18, so definitely a hit.
Definitely hit. All right. And what's the damage on your weapon?
9.
9. All right. 9 damage. He's looking pretty worse for wear. In fact, you got a 6 when you originally rolled.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that it is a great success. So he's going to be wounded. So tell me, just role play. What do you do with your axe? You didn't kill him outright, but you knocked him down.
Took him out of the fight.
You took him out of the fight. How did you do it? What action?
Swinging at his shoulder.
Swing shoulder. Okay. Big ol' gash.
I'm kind of hesitant to kill him.
Right?
It's not the top of my list. I have no qualms with killing these.
Exactly.
0.
But you're going to disable this guy, and he's disabled.
He's not going to be able to fight
Nope.
anymore.
Nope. And
Like
it was
I
a
got
sword.
him good in the shoulder.
That's right, and it's a sword arm, so that means he's definitely not going to be able to wield it against you. But
So I'm not gonna
Collarbone.
okay,
do anything, but I am gonna kick his weapon away from him
Okay.
and kind of like the way that I angle it, like back,
mm-hmm.
so that it's not also accessible to someone else.
All right. So the sword's behind you, and he's prone. Yeah,
You said it is a metal sword.
it is.
Oh.
Sauron
Yes.
rewards the followers with metal. Come follow me, and I shall give you metal weapons.
Well, that is.
That's just
But-
twisted.
Yeah, that's also now a weapon able to be picked up by a villager if they wished.
They would not know how to use it. They've never held a sword in their lives.
Okay. It's
Sadly.
pointy and. Yeah. Anyway.
The chieftain did bring his spear along, and he's willing to defend his daughter. And
I'm not wanting them to come up. I'm just pointing out that I'd rather.
Haor is
Anyway.
looking like he wants to fight, though. He's like, oh. So he's kind of like that, but he's holding back to see what's going on because he's got responsibilities for his tribe.
They were carrying a stone axe.
So I am going.
Yeah, stone axe.
I am going to shoot at this guy.
Okay. Should
Now-
be easy. It's short range.
With my extra battle die, is that part? Does that go with my shot, or is that separate?
I'm sorry. Could you say that again? You can
You had us
add
roll
that. You can add that bonus one to any roll, but you have to add it before you roll.
And you only get one for the entire combat.
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Or unless you got more, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's wrong. You can add it after you roll. It's like a hook point. You can add
Okay.
it after you roll.
Okay.
But you only get that one. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment. I think I missed somebody. The defensive people have to go first before the rearward. So
Okay.
she went.
All right, then
I
me.
should have gone and the dwarf and then go to you
Okay.
and then to you. Sorry about that. I was out
Save
of
the
order.
best for last.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try and take out this guy who's also
You've been drinking too much
threatening,
of that doorway.
my good friend Raven.
All right.
So attacking with my spear of the old ones. This is
Okay.
cocked, but it can kind of well. Yeah, it's cocked. So I definitely got the Gandalf. So that's 10,
Oh, wow.
22. 22.
So if Gandalf, you just can eyeball it and say, yeah. So you succeeded,
Mhm.
and it's also an edge.
Oh, yeah, which does an extra 8 on top of the 9 damage as well.
Okay, so role play how you take this guy out, this orc, and he's
Just sweep
just-
his legs out from under him and then hit him in the face as he goes down.
okay. You feel like the Druidine doesn't have as many problems. He's just like, you're toast, man. But these people, you're like, you know what? That could have been my brother, right? So that's
That could have been my actual stepbrother. My dad got around.
it's true. So yeah, it's a little harder for a human, but the Druidine are like they're human, but they're of a different kind of background. Okay, so he's out, and he's actually dead. So we'll just remove him, and
So he's just like bleeding out onto
Yep,
the grass.
yep.
Like I'm not gonna
no.
save him, but
No, right
I'll,
now
I'll let
you're-
him. I'm not gonna kill him, but I'll let.
Your first obligation is to protect.
Yeah.
Also, look at your calling. If you're a warden, it's going to be to protect. If it's captain, it's going to be like, how can I lead my people here?
Like I'm not providing him first aid, but.
Not yet.
But now we
Not
need to
until
move
after
on.
the battle,
We need to move
but-
on. So the third person, so it's you, the dwarf, the deputy dwarf. You've got 2 nice, mean orcs.
Yeah.
One of which has been. We'll get to you. Yes, you're going to shoot him in just a moment. But meanwhile,
Yep. So
what are you using for a weapon?
I have this lovely mattock. So I'm going to use that. Well, let's see. It's a 6 and a 5 and a 3 and a 4. So that
Yeah.
is. And then a 2.
And remember, so this is at an orc.
Oh.
Now they have a bonus of +2 to this, so
Okay.
15 is your target.
Well, I definitely hit that with
Okay.
at least 3 of my.
No
dice.
6s.
Well, no, I have a 6.
Oh, so you double your damage.
Okay. So my mattock is normally a damage of 6, so that goes to 12. And I have an edge of 10. What does that do? How does that work?
Well, it's on the feat die. You have to get a 10 or better
Gotcha.
to be able to inflict a wound, to make him test his armor.
Gotcha. Okay. Then
Is it this one you're going for, or this one?
oh yeah, no, this one.
This one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, so that this is more of an orc soldier. He's a little bit more. I should say more of a like a great orc. It's a little bit stronger. But yeah, you're able to do damage, and so doubled. What is that again?
12.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Excellent. And sorry. And onto our
Shooters.
yes, your rear guard
So I'm
archers.
shooting over the dwarf at this guy.
This guy.
Shouldn't be that hard. You are a little bit taller, just a little bit. Not too much, just a little bit.
21.
Ooh, okay, and that's definitely hit him. And do you have an edge?
No.
Okay, weapon. What's your
Damage is 7.
Okay, did you re-roll the feat die?
Oh no, I didn't. 4.
Okay. So you.
1 is better.
So 7 is the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you definitely got him in his armor. You inflicted some kind of damage, but not in a critical or vital spot. All right, and the other archer. Before we take our break, we're gonna have you take go ahead and take your actions.
Yes. I would like
So-
to try to save my captain from being attacked by one of these orcs.
Okay. All right.
Possibly both.
Noble choice there.
Yes.
So you're going to go ahead and you're very close. So this should be easier. And what did you roll for your bow?
Oh, no, I haven't rolled it. Sorry.
Okay. So your D12 plus the number of D6 ranks that you have for your weapon. I know it's kind of hard to see on the blue, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I might get to do this. 14. 14 with a great success.
Okay, 14 with a great success.
Ooh, you probably want to burn a hope to.
Yeah,
14
that's not going to be
is
high
good
enough. So look at your strength score. That is the
Add
new.
another 5 if we burn a hope.
You have to reach 15, but actually, and it's also a great orc, so that's actually, it's going to be 17 is your thing. So if you burn a hope point, you will have enough. And I think you said you rolled a 6 as well?
Yeah, with a great. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you burn a hope point with your last desperate action,
Okay, so if I burn a whole point, what do I add?
Then
it succeeds. Just
you add the 5 to your total, but that is
That's
not
enough.
for success. It will do the damage.
and that will do
All right, I'll burn a
twice
whole
the
point.
damage.
I'll burn.
Oh, yeah, because of the 6, yeah.
So yeah, so your and the weapon gives 7 damage. Is it?
Yes.
So 14. Between the two of you, was it this one you're aiming at?
Yes.
Okay, so she started it, you finished it.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
All right, so he's definitely wounded and out and bleeding, but still alive. All right, that is the end of the first round of combat. It's
And
time
it was
for-
time for the break now.
It was hard because it was in the middle of combat. Okay, you guys, 5-minute break. Okay.
Coffee time.
4, 3, 2.
Let's see. How do you want? I'm gonna need to. What I'm gonna do is
Can you get my phone?
let's have.
Please bestow it upon me.
And so the greatest one on them is going to be Leon Tour. Can that? Sure. Although typically the flag would be carried by someone who'd be extended bearer. Okay. This will be his daughter. Let's see. Actually, no. I think. Oh, this guy looks pretty boss. So this pretty sorry.
You gotta.
Oh, dude.
That'll make him stand out.
Let's make him stand out, even though he's not an elf. They're elf-like. And the men of Hodor had blonde hair. So.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was very fine.
Okay, so we'll go with he is the ship's captain, and this is his daughter.
Okay, and there's the standard bearer.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Everybody else is
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
So what we'll do is instead of doing 5 rounds of battle, which was ambitious anyway, probably for their fun and involvement, I was thinking I would have them do a whole nother round, because now it's going to be the orcs.
Right.
Then they get a second turn, and after the second turn, so they got to feel a little bit of bite, right? It needs to hurt, and then they come in. So probably when things start to look a little bit dire, but I don't want to wait too long, because what I have to do is I have to get them so that they get back up to the village.
I need to load them on the boat. Where's the boat?
The boat.
Boat.
The boat. Oh, I put the boat. Where did I put the boat?
Oh, it's way there back behind that box. Okay.
Oh, interesting. Did I put there? I guess.
Somebody did.
Yeah, and don't put it on there yet.
Oh no, it's going to be sitting over here,
Great.
waiting to go.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get out of here so I can use the bathroom. Ooh.
Alright. He's on the 4. Standard bearer. Flanked by the Diada. Captain.
So, these are all basically the same type of frame. And that was part of your birthday gift, was getting you framed.
Yeah.
So, I just didn't have time to do it before I got it.
Right.
But if you're interested in that, I can pick it up next weekend.
I like this. One thing that's fun about role playing is that sometimes we do text. Okay, we're playing through so people are old. He's a boy.
Oh, yeah.
Playing him as a boy.
Yeah, that's very good.
And like that kid who's always asking him questions. It's like, where did you get your voice? And all this, pestering him.
Are we going to see Baby Legolas in the television series?
Pardon?
So I wonder if we're going to see Baby Legolas in the television series. I don't think Aragorn is old enough to be in the Second Age. But Legolas is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay that much attention.
That's your husband's job.
Was there earlier Hawk was saying something to you about networking? Was there something that needed to be fixed? This was like 8 o'clock.
I don't remember 8 o'clock.
I'm
sorry.
Mention it to Hawk and see if he can.
Yep. What a beautiful chair. Isn't this a beautiful chair?
Yeah, it is.
No. He was 87.
No, he was born during the Third Age. The Legolas might be a big
No, not even him. So Randall, the woodland, the king of the woodland realm,
right.
he would be alive. But Legolas didn't be born yet until later in the Second Age. I can't remember when, but it's later. This is early in the Second Age, so that's and the Second Age lasts until I think maybe 13 or longer than that. Oh, sorry. It's really cool.
Enjoying all this.
You said there was coffee here?
There is.
Oh.
We have Tolkien Society.
Yes, I am going to join on today. I thought today was to replace it, and they can't get vaccinated on some or next month because we can't have. But I'm expecting it.
You can remotely from anywhere.
Oh, well, I'll be able to. But if not, and especially I'm trying to go to Seattle, so you know, it was
So, Katie, did you manage to avoid getting COVID at all during this?
I did. No COVID for me.
That was very good.
Yeah.
I was just terrified. I did nothing. Basically camped out in my house the whole time until I finally got vaccinated, and I actually even pretended to be from Idaho in order to get vaccinated early.
No, I got vaccinated as soon as I could, but I wasn't terrified.
Well, I have enough medical issues. I
was worried for Hawk, but I wasn't worried for myself. Because Hawk is, in the key vulnerable population, but he also ticks all of the boxes for reasons not to get vaccinated.
Well, anyway, I'm so glad to be back doing stuff, and I rejoined the Y, and I've actually been going some.
Which Y do you go to?
The Central Y.
Okay, I used to go there.
Actually before I rejoined and wanted to ride my bike there every day, but then it got so damn hot that it became hopeless.
Yes.
But I aspire to get back to riding my bike there because I live down in that Peaceful Valley neighborhood underneath the Maple Street Bridge, and so it's like an uphill climb to the Y, do my workout, and then coast the rest of the day.
Nice.
And I really like that.
I agree.
And David, did you manage to dodge getting COVID at all? That's good news. My nephew got the COVID.
Yeah, Brian's wife got it. But it didn't, it hit her, but it didn't, she wasn't hospitalized. It was just...
I got very lucky in that I was always 2 or 3 people removed away from someone that, had got it that I would know about. So I work I work with autistic kids, and I have to go into their homes. And sometimes the coworker of the parent might get it, but then the parent would come back negative on the tests, and they'd be okay and everything. So it was a lot of those kinds of things, just right on the periphery of everything. But I myself was never able to catch it, which I'm very happy about.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
Never able to.
Never able to catch it. And then I decided to inject myself with the whole vaccine thing. Update my programming and make a better firewall. So because I'm all for bioengineering and hacking the body. What? That's what a vaccine is. You're updating your software.
Yeah, are you willing to update your hardware and get an implant for diabetes or sleep apnea or whatever?
Yes, and yes.
So, I don't want somebody else to be able to have
Looking forward to
No, I don't want someone else to.
post-human,
I want it to be a very dumb replacement, but a replacement nonetheless.
I go for titanium, but not for Bluetooth embedded in my body.
No.
I don't want to be able to control my pacemaker with my phone.
There's part of me that would like to have a little bit of like an augmented reality sort of like glasses or contacts, but I would never want to actually replace both of my eyes because I like having that wetware there.
Yes.
Because technology is always prone to potential manipulation or
it just doesn't last as long. Think about how long your eyes live. What can people create, generally speaking, that lasts for 80, 90 years? That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that is really
self-renewing as well.
Mm-hmm. Plus, we're actually getting to the point where there are some really interesting studies in Australia. Where
Hey, Anthony, you ready?
They're studying jellyfish DNA.
Anthony?
So that they would be able to use some of that on humans to be able to just keep replicating your cells over and over and over again and not have the degradation that we do now.
Right.
Because jellyfish are basically immortal.
Right. Okay.
And I am okay with
immoral.
I mean, amoral.
Okay.
Not immoral.
Let's get started, guys. So now it's the time for your enemies to have a go at you. And so for when you're being attacked, you have a simple parry, which will be on the right-hand side of your character sheet, and you'll need to remind me of what that is. Yes.
What does the 3d6 by the shirt or helm?
Yeah. So here's how armor comes into it. Mm-hmm. If they get an edge, then the other person always has to make a protection test to see if their armor withstands the edge.
And that's where this comes in.
And this is where it comes in.
Excellent.
So only if they get an edge on you will it translate into where you have to roll your armor. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you're assuming that your armor is basically taking the hits, and it's okay.
Okay.
But this could be like in between, like a joint of your armor, or in the case of, Gone, he's got thick skin.
He's got tough skin, but it would be 1d6 and 1d12, and I got to roll pretty big. But,
yeah, exactly. So he's kind of darting in and out.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably not going to want to be up in melee the whole time, but he's got a lot of spirit.
Cool.
Yes, your 3d6, your mail shirt will come in handy if some heavy hardware comes in and starts hitting on you.
Okay.
All right. Well,
where did you want the dragon?
So yes, the ground splits in half right here. No. All right. So you guys have acquitted yourselves very well so far. The only one left standing is here, and of course he's going to take a swipe at the dwarf in front of him. And you're going to stay in the same stances you were in when you declared them, but then the next time you're up, you get to change that if you want to. Okay, let's get to it so that combat doesn't drag on forever. All right, so he's going to take a good swipe at you because this isn't a great orc, and he's mad now. He's just mad. He was just playing with you before. Now he's like, oh, boo-hoo. He's not even interested in you as meat anymore. Okay, you're not even on the menu. So whatever he's going to do to you is probably not very nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so your parry?
14.
And he gets a 16 and an edge. So you're going to have to roll your armor. So 3d
plus 1d6.
Yeah. So you're
and
that's right because you have a
helm.
Oh my goodness! I've never seen so many ones in my life. Oops. Okay. So so that's a total of.
Looks like 8.
That is divine bad luck.
Yeah, no, that was horrible.
Okay, so you fail your protection test.
Can I use a hope point on that?
Nope. Not on that.
What about the battle dice?
Yeah, you can add one to that. You just got to remember to use it up. So
Okay.
roll one more d6.
All right. Well, what's the target I'm supposed to try and get? Do I know?
Well, so it's your parry. You've got to reach.
Oh, I
parry.
have to reach my parry.
Yeah, and you're
So from
you're at 8.
I'm at 8.
So you need a 6.
I would need a 6.
Yeah.
I think I'll just not waste the battle.
Okay, you're gonna
dice.
take the hit.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
you are wounded.
Hmm.
So you need to check the box called wounded.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't change how you roll, but it represents the fact that so he's also inflicted damage on you. So you need to take. He didn't get any 6s, but it's going to be 6 endurance points. So if you can fix that.
All right.
And he is he's laughing gutturally at you, and he twists his big, whatever it is, we'll just say spear, because there's minis don't always have what I want them to have.
I curse at him in dwarven.
Yes, that does help
Yeah,
a bit.
it does actually.
Yes, exactly.
I feel a little
You
bit
can
better.
withstand 30% more pain if you swallow.
I know. It's great.
Okay.
Maybe you should do it again for good measure.
I
Well-
swore it in a dwarven again.
Yes.
Oh, 2 times.
He doesn't know Dwarvish, but
I don't care.
He knows that you probably didn't say anything nice about his mother.
No.
Or,
Those dual.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And some orc archers from over here take aim at those that they can reach. The dwarf's kind of in the shadow of this big guy, but they're going after these two. And actually, one of them's going to aim at. So this is you, right?
Yeah, Lunelian.
All right. So, what's your parry?
17.
So this is not a cliff wall?
That is a cliff wall, but it's like a slanty one. So this one can.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is like 10 feet.
Mhm.
30 feet. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
All right. So 9, 14. Did you say 16 is what you rolled?
No, there's a parry, right?
I'm sorry. I'm asking for what you rolled.
My parry is 17.
Okay. Well, he did roll that, so you're safe. He misses. Aims at Raven. I mean, this is another one. They aim at Raven. And what's your parry?
15.
Okay, misses you as well. Gone.
Ooh.
Parry of 18,
Wow.
which is my high stat.
Yeah, and actually misses you as well. Didn't roll very well. Okay, so, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one, there's 4 archers. Nope, only 3. I don't know what happened to the one. All right, so that's it. All right, their turn is over. Now it's your turn again. Do you wish to choose your stance or keep it the same? Who is, anybody forward?
This is really dumb. But what
Would your
if?
character
I
do
love
is the
those
question.
words.
What if
Yeah.
I go and try to cause I got lots of stealth. She just got stealth on stealth on stealth. So could I get him from?
What do you want to try to do? Tell me that first.
I want to slash him from behind.
Him being.
Big guy right here.
Yeah.
Cause what's he got going on behind him? A little flag?
Okay, roll stealth. Well, actually, so I'll let you do that when it's your turn, and yes, you may do that.
So that's the attacking,
Mm-hmm.
going directly for him.
Yes.
I'll still have my shield on me,
Mhm.
just in case. I keep that thing on me.
Yeah, and if you flank an enemy, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what stance are you in? Are you still in defensive, or are you going to go open or more forward?
Move forward.
You're going forward. Forward but stealthy. I like that. That's interesting. Okay, anybody who's open,
I will go open.
you're going open. Okay, open for business. Anybody
Still defensive.
Still defensive. And are you staying where you are? Are you retreating to do your blowgun magic? I mean, nobody's coming up yet, but you sense that they're probably going to.
Actually, I just want to probably, if my plan is if any of them charge up, I'm going to just try and hit them in melee, but especially protecting my more open friends here.
And you can, during your attack, basically you're not in a melee position with anyone, so you can do a ranged attack for your turn. Do you want to just do that? Or do you want to move into a different position? What do you want to do when it's your turn?
When it's my turn, if these enemies don't appear like they're going to be so defensive, I think goes after the forwards of any of them
Sure.
are going to be forward
Well,
and run forward. Then I'm going to just go ahead and.
but their turns are all going to resolve after yours. So
okay.
it's not at the same time, and their stances have nothing to do with yours. So stances just determine what order I have you guys go. So you can either move to a better spot in the back and kind of reposition things, or you can choose a ranged attack right now.
Sure.
Just know that if you stay where you are, you sense that they're going to come up in their next round and try to fight you melee. But if you move now, then you would not be engaged.
Sure, I will back up to near my other ranged friends
Okay.
and to a ranged attack. Then.
All right, good. So you're going to move back. And then the two of you can decide whether you're gonna, because basically, right now, because there's only one up here, you can stay where you are until more come up, or one of you can say, okay, I'm gonna prepare it without my, my long knives or whatever you want to do. So you're in
Tissue.
you're in open, you said, and you're
Rearward.
you're running to rearward.
Mhm.
Sorry. And what are you doing?
Can I stay in rearward? I was
Yeah,
thinking,
you
who
can.
are these folks?
Those are the villagers that you're protecting.
Is there a way I can like move back and kind of
Yes.
protect them and
Yes.
stay in rearward?
Just in case, you never know when orcs might climb down the cliff or something. So yes,
Okay, thank
not like I'd be predicting that or anything. Yes,
Rearward.
rearward. Okay, all right, staying where you are, and you're going to tell me what you're going to do. So
Yeah.
we're going to start with you.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead. You are attempting stealthily so that he doesn't notice you're coming right behind him, right?
Yeah.
So he won't be able to parry because essentially you're trying to do it.
It's from behind. My
Yep.
arm's back there.
All right, go for it. Stealth.
I'll just get it all over.
Whoa! And a Gandalf rune.
Wow.
Nice.
So tell
With
me
my
about
axe.
with your axe. Tell me how you tiptoe with your axe.
I'm going over here,
Uh-huh.
around him. I would like to kick him in the face, but that's not very stealthy.
Its face is turned to. Oh, this guy?
Yeah, I would like
Yeah,
to,
that
but
would
that's
ruin
not
your
very
stealth.
stealthy.
No, it wouldn't.
I think about it, but
It
I'm
might
like,
give him a lot of pain. It would give
maybe
him a-
later.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go right before his back.
Okay. Move to where that is.
Go through the tulips.
All right, and so you get to roll twice in this situation on your feet die because you have the advantage in surprising him. So go ahead and roll your weapon now.
Okay. Axe. That's plus 2 dice, right? For the axe?
It is a D12, and then however many dots you've got.
Yep.
In
So
the
it's the D12 plus 2d6.
Oh,
Whoa.
that hurts my feelings.
But you get to
That's
try
not very
the.
good.
That's a fluke.
You could try that.
Five, you're like,
roll the D12 again
But do you roll the D12 again?
because no, you
No, just the D12.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Oops.
you keep the other ones as they were.
That's
You might keep Gandalf rune. Or not. Now, with 8, so his parry is it's basically, he's a great orc, so that's going to be 15. The question is, with 8 plus 7, ooh, that would just be enough. If you spend a hope point,
Yep.
you could kind of
no doubt about it.
hit him and be like,
I'm just gonna borrow this. 'cause I don't want mine.
try to push that in.
The axe cleaves in, and then you're like, not deep enough.
Yeah, just stay
Little
still while I
extra.
weave my axe in between your armor.
It's just a little extra, like it swings and then like
Yeah,
little
maybe
extra
one's
elbow.
on one corner but sharp on the other. Yeah, there you go. All right, so what kind of damage do you do to orc?
I'm aiming for his spine.
Okay, but what kind of damage really does your axe have? Splitting axe.
Oh, it's 9.
Oh yeah,
9 right in the vertebrae.
yeah. Okay, and it's because he's not able to ward it off, you take him down completely. Okay, so yes, role play that, and he's dead.
I want to go right for his spine.
Mhm.
I'm planning to paralyze him
Okay,
at minimum.
right. Okay, well he is definitely paralyzed and minimum. So down he goes. All right, excellent. So that's your turn. On to open.
You said something that there was something about inspiring. allies?
Yes. So did we find that? I don't have it looking for me. So if I can have that back.
to
Dang.
Briar.
So much. So stances, yeah. So there's a few special things that you're able to do.
Okay.
And
I figured that me as the captain might be able to help with
yes, absolutely,
Captain Mike.
absolutely. You can also, guys, enhearten. If you notice, I think you don't have as much of it here, but enhearten is the new word for inspire in first edition.
that. Mhm.
So you guys can always try to inspire each other. Okay, so open stance, rally comrades.
Mhm.
A brave leader standing amongst his friends is always heedful of his surroundings and may attempt to rally his companions when their hearts begin to fail him. When it is his turn to take action, a hero may forego his chance to make an attack roll and make an inspire or song. It would be enhearten or song roll instead. If the roll is successful, all fighting companions who suffered a loss of endurance during the current combat
Will I be able to recover my own endurance? Yes. Oh, including that. Well, I don't have anybody here. I'm not wanting to go them, so I'm going to gladly do that.
Yeah.
Saw.
2d6 plus the
Saw. Yeah.
Okay. And then any bonus that you want to use, if you decide to.
We'll see how I do. Maybe.
What happened?
You know what? I'll give you advantage on the D12 here, because you're seeking to help your friends.
Oh yeah.
From a 0 to 1, huh?
1 to 1. So that's an 8. Really like that number 8, don't you? Yeah, very good. Okay. And so your target here, your target is 12. So yeah, if you bring up one, you could, or if we're trying to roll a bonus there just in case.
I'm going to hold on to those resources because I'm not that bad. I was just trying something
You're like,
sorry, just yeah, I didn't say I'll take a drink of water. And then that I tried. It wasn't very good, but
there you go. You made an effort. Yes, I'm here for you guys. Just, you're throwing you happy thoughts. All right, so now we get to the ranged, and I'm going to this time go from left to right. So ranged. That's where we're okay, pick your target. And then I'm ready to attack.
My targets here.
Your targets are, let's see, you're back there, right? So you could go, that's fair. So basically,
That guy.
you could try to get one of these. It'll be difficult, but if it's challenging to require a higher target number,
Can I shoot from that range?
Well, what about these guys?
Well, we're in the way.
you can shoot one of these two. These ones would be definitely endangering them. So basically, you can only try for any of these. This is more likely because there's the cliff is not interfering as much. This will have to be kind of an arched shot. You can just barely see them.
Yeah, and I can shoot from that range.
Yes, you can, but the target number will be higher. That's how I regulate that. Okay. So from that range, it'll be a target of 20 to hit one of these.
Or you can use your hardened skill. And okay.
You are higher than that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you can still attempt and just shoot off an arrow if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And that's an archer, so archer versus archer. All right. You give it a shot. This one's not that sorry, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You guys, that's great. So take some back.
That is, you bet. Man, is this a 9? Let me see. That is a 9. That is, man, like, it's pretty, no, it's not great.
It's not great. I do more. I do have these if you just want to swap these out. 24. Yeah, I want. Nice. God, you do hit. Do you have any 6s? Nope. And no. What's your edge? You can get an edge, did you?
Should there be 6s in here?
No. You can edge on your bow. Oh, sorry. 10. 10. Nope. You got is it a 9? On your control? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so you hit, surprisingly, and what's the damage on your bow? It is 7. You actually knock him down. He's not dead, but he's disabled for the fight. And that means he won't be able to pick off any of your friends. So you feel pretty good about that. Alright, next ranged.
Alright, I still want to take out the leader. I really think that's going to dishearten them.
He's looking a little bit like worse for wear as he's shouting commands to the left and right. Roll, go forward!
You might have a better chance of getting the guy on the ward.
Oh, sure. We'll actually,
Since you roll this high, you would actually be able to tell that.
yeah.
Taking out this guy.
Yeah, we'll take him
All right, yeah. The guy on the ward in front of the leader with the bones broken here. Get the doggy rider.
Could we be able to take the dog?
Yeah. All right.
Orcs different. The regular wolf or dog. Yes.
Right.
So this
Orcs,
is not.
orcs are not demon dogs.
Well, I've got only a 12, and so I still want to maximum blooding doesn't do all that much damage. I'll still go ahead and burn. 6 dice, turning it into a 17, and then that does 3 damage. But
17 is high enough.
Again, the poison dart reduces endurance by 2 per round.
And now it's doubled because you put an extra amount of poison in. So you hit. And okay, another dart in his neck. He's really getting your attack on that.
Actually, I think
you're going for this guy. He has more brighter. Sorry.
Yep.
More brighter. Okay. And so it's 2 per round. Okay. That's good to know.
That's me.
All right, and then.
Okay, I am going to harden my fellowship focus.
I appreciate it. That's a
12, 22, 25, 34. It was, you warmed her up.
Wow, I was the opening act. So, yeah. So all of you, and not only you, but even the villagers who felt like, man, we're in a bad place between the rock and a hard place here. But you feel that suddenly, like, for some reason, I feel like we can emerge victorious, even though we're outnumbered. And in this difficult situation, these elvish words that come from her mouth, they just make you think of all the times and places that she's been able to emerge victorious, even though it looked hopeless. And so all of you are strengthened by this. Okay, all of you get one. Let's see. Let's do it this way. All of you get one additional bonus die, but it won't be it doesn't have to be just for the battle. It can actually be spent at any time during this session. Okay, because the inspired healing lasts beyond the combat. Gotcha. Okay, so you can use that for whenever you are inspired. Okay.
Well, anyone, is he healed? Because that was my original point.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I said that.
Oh, I thought that was the open.
Oh, maybe I can't do it.
Yeah, only comrades is different than what you were saying. You were saying one in Heartland.
Yes.
Which is a common skill net to secure their hearts.
Okay. No, I was thinking that it would heal them, but I'll
I mean,
what I did.
all of us getting bonus spells is also really good. That's also pretty good.
No, I'll stick with what I did.
And also at the end, you can try to heal as well.
And I'm actually very good at healing.
But he's kind of your healer.
But just to make sure I understand it right, if she would go into open stance and then rally instead of kind of hearten that she would use.
Nope.
No?
Okay, so these separate things.
Could I use song or there were two different skill possibilities?
Yes, but they're linked. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually,
I thought you said it wasn't hearten as well.
And I'm sorry if I did that.
It's okay. I'm just wanting to make sure that so we all know next year.
And actually, let me go back here to Don. Again? Don.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I just looked it up while you continue.
It's fine. So the thing is that I believe you're right. It was inspired. It was inspired or song, and you didn't have much in the other one. Now that's what you were thinking of, but I didn't know that you were rallying comrades, taking action.
Oh.
Because you can't just try to inspire people.
Yeah, no, I was trying to do the same thing as he was.
Okay. So I've already said that
You've already done it.
So now what we'll do is if you say I want to rally comrades, then you're doing that instead of a battle.
Yeah, that's only in the open, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only open. So
No,
okay.
no sweat.
But I feel inspired and I'm happy.
Right.
Okay, good.
Good stuff. So now what's going to happen is all of them are going to converge now on you. Okay, so we have all of them are coming forward. The orc is shouting command, and it's starting to. The mist is actually starting to burn through. So the orcs are starting to look unsettled. They do not like the sun. They were behind schedule when they made the raid, and so what do you do? Inefficiency. They showed up a little bit late, and now they're being caught out in the open sun.
They were too busy trying to round up some animals, right?
Exactly. That was it. So these guys are all coming up here on you. Oh, not sorry. That's not you.
You unfortunately put yourself at the very far
I mean, you've killed more people than I have.
I've got a tremendous body count there.
So the dwarf and the women are definitely in danger there, as well as coming up on the other two of you, and you're starting to be concerned for the villager's safety because now they're starting to tighten the net, as it were, right? But at this very moment, whoa, sorry about that. Okay, 1 second. Give me a knuckle broke. No, it was already broke. Yeah, just joking. It was already separated. It was already separated. That's what we're saying. Okay. So, through the rising mist on the lagoon, you see, if I could have you move this book, please. You see a long ship of strange design slicing suddenly through the water and quickly land on the beach.
It's Numenorians.
Eight tall warriors with axes and spears climb out. They do not have full armor on, yet they advance fearlessly to help you against your foes. Okay, so as they disembark, you see this man who looks like someone royal. He comes down. They're just off here a little bit, and they splash on the shore. You have the standard bearer, and you have a number of people here, and they all come forward to stand in your way to protect you. You've got an extra archer back here, and they all jump into the fray, even as the orcs were coming forward to try to put a chokehold on you all. So you've got somebody back here.
And Brian, what do our characters know of the Numenorians?
Very good question. So for the humans here, you are completely dumbfounded. Like, who are these people? You would not really know anything about them except in fairy tales, folk tales, and so you are just like, out of the mists come these heroes. But the dwarves and elves among you are like,
I recognize these people.
Okay, so yes, yeah, well, not for 600 years. So anybody who's younger than 600 years has only heard of this, but you recognize it. That these are Numenorians. Those of you who are older than 600 years, raise your hand. Yes, you have actually seen it before. All right, the leader carries a bow with which he uses to shoot the leader of the wicked men through the throat. And as they all advance and take on the orcs along with you, you all help them, and the fight is quickly over. And none of the wicked men, they seem almost driven, as though they were placed under a curse. And they don't ask for surrender. They fight until all of them have died. So it takes only mere minutes. If you can let me move this it takes mere minutes until all that's left up here is the Numenorians and you. So, and the two key people that are going to be in front of this delegation are going to be the golden-haired leader and the woman with golden hair next to him.
But that none of the personality skills, so someone other than me is going to have to be the one talking.
I got a personality.
Well, the first line.
You can have a personality test.
No, it's just Brian decided my character was not going to have any.
So that would be one of those things that you could take those 10 little diamonds, and you could have put those into the persuade and all those things.
I've got 3 on persuasion.
3 in persuasion.
I've got 5 in courtesy.
Okay.
I don't have nothing in courtesy.
I have courtesy. I have 3 more. All right. So here are the Numenorians, and they're all gathered up here and speaking to you. And here's what they say. unless you're sensing someone is unwilling and you need to change their mind. So you're hearing, I'm going to give them a little bit of an audience here. You were impressed by the skill and lordly manners of these people. They introduce themselves in a very old-fashioned form of speech that you have to listen carefully to in order to understand. Imagine, your ancestors, or really, we're talking pre-Shakespeare, coming and talking to you, okay? I am Viantur of Numenor. Hail and well met. We are high men from over the sea. We have returned in friendship. We see that thou hast armor and weapons superior to the men who live here, and so he's gesturing at those of you. And as he's talking here, you can tell that they're concerned that the humans, and there's not only the three of them, but there's other villagers out here as well, that the local tribe has no knowledge of iron with which to defend themselves or craft better tools. And you see that the villagers who come up to see them are obviously awed by the Numenorians and thank them, even bowing down to them as their rescuers and heroes. So even the shaman and the chief, they're, you guys are friends that they've invited in and help them to stay safe. So you're heroes and champions. But the Numenorians are so much more high and the courage of how they talk. Their weapons are pretty basic weapons because they don't actually carry a lot of swords in this point in history. Swords, and they don't have to go out and fight for nothing. Even though they're very skilled at weapons, they use swords more for ceremony purposes. So they were literally an exploration party, which is why they didn't come from and their bigger ship, the galleon, is off coast. So what do you say? Do you want to start with you because you were mentioning you have some powers of persuasion or maybe courtesy would be another good one if anybody has high courtesy. Or you can make the captain be kind of like the representative.
I think I'm just going to let the captain speak for us. I may just be missing a few things, but I just want to know how they knew where we were.
That's a good question. You can whisper to him.
How'd they get here?
Right, Captain.
Well met, friends. Thank you for your timely assistance.
Why, yes.
How did you happen upon us?
Well, it was indeed a fortunate occurrence. We were sailing along the coastline to the north and west of here, and have returned from out of the west to come again to Middle Earth. We have been gone these 6 centuries, Lord Master, to live on our island of Numenor. But we have built a great navy and do seek to explore and return. In fact, my ship off there, it is called the Return because we have finally come back to see the condition of Middle Earth. And from what we've seen, my dwarven friend, things are not good here.
I would definitely agree with your assessment of the area. We have our pockets of defense, such as elven cities and dwarven
bows
cities,
courteously to you, me, nods and humans.
And while our human friends certainly have the hearts, they necessarily don't have the skill or knowledge that we have in the past.
Well, certainly as the human companions among you show by their valor in battle, certainly any man or woman is able to change their circumstances if but they have the help and assistance required. Certainly. But you are a small band and can only help some at a time. Perhaps we can be of some assistance to you all. As it were, the wind blew us as if Manwë himself ushered us to this very beach, not knowing that you needed our help and succor.
So I'm going to start playing my drum and singing a song about this great battle, and then also about how they continued on and retook the
songs and nods in your direction. The song is much appreciated. But he turns and looks at the villagers because he doesn't want them to ignore them. And the shaman, if we can pull, let's see which one is, I think that's the shaman. Yeah. So the shaman is up here and he's talking to them. And he says he comes to them and he says, I beg of you, great sea kings, though you are too wonderful for our poor village, please come back and see if our homes survive. We require your help. And Hayor behind us kind of grumbling a little bit like, he's like, he kind of goes along with it, like, yeah, I guess we do. So at this point, basically, Vantur, who's used to be in command, because he's basically the captain of the king's ships, he says, right then, and he gestures to a few of the Numenorians stay with the ship, the long ship, to go back and tell those in the galleon what they're doing and that they're going to stay for a little while. And they're going to bring supplies back and set up an encampment here for the Numenorians. He introduces his daughter, Almarion, who is incredibly beautiful, but also very wise. How old is she? She, it's hard to tell because they're all people. Oh, he's 13! They're immense. But they're so house. Okay. Alright, well, when you arrive back at the village, its condition is in poor shape. I mean, it was bad to start with. The walls are torn down in 4 places, some huts have been burned. The good news is that only a few people have died.
Oh, wonderful.
The chief says that he doesn't want to leave the village again. They're just tired of doing it, and all of you have given them hope. Your song stirred him with the sense of, no, we're not moving anymore. We're going to stay put, and we're going to plant right here, and we're going to survive because we can. And so he asks for help, which is pretty amazing. You're like, what? He was asking for help. Okay. So he asks for help to work alongside him to make it stronger. He knows that he needs to make the village stronger, so he asks you, the party, to help with that. And then the Numenorians, he's in discussion with some of them who have a great knowledge of smithy, swordcraft, which of course you do as well. And basically the idea is that the Numenorians have agreed that they need to share the secret of building a hot enough fire to smelt iron ore. To show them where to find it, which you'd be helpful to. And make crude spearheads, axe heads, hammers, nails, a basic plow, all the things that they don't have that would help make life better.
What about, did they kill all of the orcs and all of the people that were attacking?
So they did. They
Okay,
did.
so
None of those were people who had asked for surrender.
Okay, so can we take some of their weapons so that they can pull them apart, figure out how they work?
Here's some smelt them. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah, that would be good. And it also, out of decency, you would feel, especially the bodies of the
I would definitely want to give them some kind of
proper burial.
I think I
Or
would
just be burned in a pile.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm not worried about that. But I would feel like, just get a feeling in my gut that they didn't want to do this. Or at least I
feel bad because you know that there's something going on here that's driving people to do this.
Yeah, and I would feel bad.
If there were a way, sometime in the future, where you'd be able to turn people like this, or break the spell, that would be definitely a good thought. That might come in handy in your next session, in your next adventure. So, in the meantime, the Sea Kings give the village wheat seeds and teach them how to plant the grain and harvest it when it's done. And so, I'm going to ask you guys what because you have agency. You can either use craft to help the village with their defenses, or athletics, because there's a lot of trees that have to be chopped down and a lot of work to be done, or you conspire to kind of, as it were, to be a substitute for kind of being in charge of a group of villagers. Sorry, not enhearten. Yeah. To enhearten the villagers to say, hey guys, okay, I'm going to be in charge. You can manage them and get them going and doing things. So you can choose one of those things. And I want to know what you specifically, I'm going to start on this side, go around. What would your character think would be best to do to benefit them while you're there for like a month's time to help with the defenses?
I'm going to do athletics, so I can chop down trees, help gather supplies,
Nice.
and just try to help out as much as I can. I feel like giving them the basics, the building blocks for what they need is the best for
And
us.
since you're not under pressure anymore because of the Numenorians being there, it's going to be fairly easy target number for all of you, so it's going to be 10. So you can roll your athletics and see how you succeed in that. What are you going to do?
I am going to enhearten the village to, the goal is to make them more confident that they can do this, both in terms of fortifying the village, but also being able to face the dangers that come. I particularly want to enhearten Miro, to give her the confidence that she can learn to take over when her father is.
You're kind of mentoring her.
Yeah.
And you succeed in your role. So you were able to help in what you were doing. You can roll for Harden. I think, yeah.
It's a great success.
Yes. Okay, so that would be not only inspiring the villagers, but Miro in particular. Okay. All right.
Gon was so impressed by Raven's idea of setting up traps that he would like to, instead of doing athletics to hunting, to set up traps. Would that be improvable?
Yes.
All right, so that's what he's going to do. Set up all sorts of traps here. Oh, and massive success.
Okay, great.
Because I got I got the Gandalf.
Yeah. So you know what I'm going to say is, you tell me how many pit traps you were able to make.
Let's say we got 5 good pit traps.
All right. So you got these and you organized it all. So and then the villagers all memorized where they were, so they wouldn't fall into them.
Yeah.
Or the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it takes some time, definitely for the next couple weeks, but that's what you do successfully.
Yeah, we'll do the whole range chart with the the dead space and all that.
Yeah. That's right. You got it all. Yeah. And of course the other Druids like, oh, I'm gonna draw this in the turks.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. What do you do?
I'm going to try to use my noble and craftiness to try to teach the natives how to build better defenses and fortifications, and also, if I can, try to teach them how to build bombs.
Okay.
Maybe some powder, like dynamite or...
Well, there's no dynamite yet. There would be some things that would help their like fiery arrows. You can teach them how to shoot fiery arrows.
Yes.
That kind of thing. But generally speaking, the gunpowder thing is much more of a Saruman kind of machine-like tendency, which an elf would be less prone to. But like, what can I do? So the fiery arrows and warfare, but also, they really need help to have a stronger.
Yes.
Their defenses need to be really
Yeah,
strong.
I feel like I'm sort of like a more engineer type character.
That's right. Why don't you roll?
Okay.
Craft. Elven engineer. Like it. You're staying sober during this time, of course. But for now.
Relatively speaking.
We're using Jackie Chan.
Yeah, I rolled a 6, so
That's what kind of mountains. If it's 10 or more, you're good.
14.
Yeah. All right. So you were able to succeed in both those things. Yes. Awesome. So are you helping with the defenses, or are you going to work on the force thing?
I'm going to. He seems to have the defenses pretty well done. So I am going to help with the forge thing. I'm also wanting to experiment with that black liquid that we were having over there.
Yes.
So
You're going to boil it.
And then maybe even see how it tastes after it's been fermented and start that process.
Okay.
So I'm also going to spend the extra dice that we got.
Yes, you remember that.
So, but that would be just all crafting either from the forge and experiments.
sources of iron ore, and assisting the Numenorians with teaching smelting techniques and even creating a mold in the sand and that kind of thing to be able to make these different kind of iron implements.
And you can melt down all those swords that we gathered up.
And you have enough time to be able to even experiment with the black stuff.
I think that'd be cool. I think it's the first. It'd be very good. I think there's definitely still maybe.
Because the dwarves.
Anyway, but that would be very good for guards that are on patrol and might need a little bit of
Keep them awake, not falling asleep on the job. Very nice. So, after all of you have been successfully working on these things, the Numenorians at the end of this month say to the village, they say, listen, as we have shared these secrets with you, villagers, they say that it's the Haor and the Shaman and all of them, they say, you should then teach the other villagers the secret of iron and of planting, because this is a gift. And as we have been given the gift, so we give this gift to you. But the condition is you must give the gift to others. And so, are you going to do this? And so the shaman guides the villagers, in swearing this oath to the men of the West. And the village elders all say, it is spoken, and it shall be done. So they bound themselves to this oath. The Numenorians leave soon after on a longship, which takes them out to a mighty vessel anchored offshore. They promise to return in 5 years to see how the villagers are faring when the first frost comes at night in the autumn. And hope to say, well met, great heroes. It is only because of people like you who stay here that we are able to have hope that Middle-earth shall once again someday be rescued from the shadow. We shall return. As their sails finally fade out of sight, the cry of the seagulls rouses you from a daydream. What would it be like to wander the seas and live on an island kingdom? As you leave, everyone shows up to say goodbye. You see Miro in a tree at the edge of the village waving. She kind of gestures to her jar, and she points at you. And now it's time to journey east to Enedwaith, which is where your next 5 years will be spent before you return in session 2.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's good fun.
Good job, you guys.
So what time is everybody supposed to be back? After lunch?
We are starting at 1 o'clock. If you guys can be back a few minutes before 1, we will have our special Tolkien Society meeting here. And of course, that's also lunch. And Samantha. Oh, yes. No, sorry. Oh, you're good. Also, that's on the YouTube channel /Tolkien Scholars. Yeah, we're doing lunch now. Tolkien Society 101. And then we start role playing at 3 again. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I would want to hear about the facility to set up the village for the yours is right for medicine, but yours.
Nice. See that really good. That's great. And Miro is over there. So then we'll reuse all the Numenorians, the shaman. Yeah, all the Numenorians. And then the chieftain. Let's grab. And this is I mean, that is. That's one of the
That's the Numenor character.
Yeah, that's the character. And this was the daughter who's now older, so you got this. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
So that those are the villagers currently on. We need any other NPCs. I'll just put the Numenorians back in the ship with them on.
Sorry I did not get this to you earlier this morning, because I was the GM for our role-playing group, which is going on all day long. Period. Please try to connect sometime after 12:45 learned today?
Right, you ever read the Mabinogion? What? Oh, yeah.
I was looking for my copy at home too this morning, actually. I wanted to bring along for Tolkien Society meeting.
Oh, well, I have my phones.
You do? Can you look something up for me?
Sure.
Okay, so
Outside of the audio.
have you ever read the young adult fantasy series by Lloyd Alexander, the Palladian Chronicles? They're based on the Mabinogion. And in there, Aran, A-R-A-W-N, Lord of Numen, right, the Lord of Death, he steals...
I haven't got that far yet.
Well, that's fine, but listen, he steals the technology, like the plow and some of these things, from the Welsh people in the stories of the Mabinogion. But I don't know what source that has in the Mabinogion. I was wondering if you could just look it up and see if it is from the Mabinogion. And his name is Aran, A-R-A-W-N. And he steals, like,
So you look at your one adventure team out of the mountain.
Tuesday.
How do you spell that again?
A-R-A-W-N.
Can I look at these maps?
I will get that stuff out of my hair.
Oh, yeah, I read about him in the first branch of the Mabinogion.
Hey, John, see? It's meet.rpg research, right? .com, yes, /Tolkien1. So it's Jitsi, even though it doesn't say Jitsi, correct?
Yes, it is Jitsi.
So it's HTTP meet. There's no www part.
So what would you like? Just a visual map or
Sorry, I have to send this to the person who's,
supposed to be presenting?
yeah, okay, I just want to run this past you. It says meet.rp, oh, I got yeah, P in there. rpgresearch.com Yeah, it's just as a backup plan if we can't push stuff too quickly. Still start, but I think it's start moving because
Engaged.
so engaged. Yeah.
So we're gonna just slam, they don't need any rules, things, they'll learn it if they need it. And they'll just get through the next part at a quicker pace.
Yes, we will.
But what kind of map do you need for the village? Do you want just a woodland area? A stream?
Let's go with the woodland area. That's how I see it. So we have a basically woodland.
Yes.
Those are nice maps. I would be really nervous about putting them out just because of the drinks and such, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we got a little tiny copy sitting out here. Yeah, this comes from the Golden Books. And I put it up after college. We have it on a copy. I don't have access to that, so that's the mark. Yeah, I need it. Yeah, one of the donations we would love to get once we have a thing is a plot print. I went through and looked at all my copy papers to make sure they didn't have any shoes on.
Attention to detail.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
So, what are we asking about? Aran, A-R-A-W-N. Does it have anything in the Mabinogion about like the idea of him stealing the plow?
Across that, across the
You don't need anything bigger than that, do you?
for your support. It's been really helpful, John. I'm sorry you couldn't play.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so we're in clear system.
Here it is.
You mentioned the chronicles of Trine,
That's right. And he used the Mabinogion as a source material.
Yeah, I didn't come across anything about a plot on the actual text. Mabinogion, the first branch of it. I'm on the second branch now, and it's kind of copies were mentioned. It's not really mentioned until the fourth branch, according to Wikipedia.
We're in a second door just in case Zach wants to join me.
Yeah, you see that other messenger right there?
There we go, just in case. So I've got a new
Put this over here.
Yeah, and I love the flyers. And is this where they're captured? Is that where you moved it? Or is this the...
Yeah,
you moved it in there. Okay. Yeah, just anything here would be great. Oops. Nice. Yeah, anything goes right. You can kind of just set up. The main thing is that there needs to be an entrance, an area from which they will come. This looks kind of like a rocky background, so probably they would come from this way.
Yeah,
maybe here.
Yeah, this is where the forge would be by the rock background.
There we go. Perfect. Did you get a chance to read the changes I made?
The ones you made last night?
Basically, up to the point where I was showing how the chieftain really kind of builds that whole thing up again about how he's basically he's enhanced his whole village, right? He's got all this swanky iron and copper, and he's really managed over 5 years to improve his village at the expense of sharing that with anyone else.
Right, yeah.
And of course, the advisor will be a key figure too. So I'm going to get some.
We'll put the wedding around the fire.
The wedding will be at the very end, I think.
Okay.
Right? Because it's kind of the week before the
Do
wedding.
you want a giant bonfire or that little bonfire? I have a full.
Let's do it full. Let's do it full one. Okay. Yep, because they're going to have a big feast. Because now they have the means to actually put a feast.
Play it again, Sam. Just hold up for a second.
He told me that he had to show that because he has a daughter
issues in the issues in the box.
Mostly did that because there was coffee on the map. So.
Yeah, that was a perfectly legitimate reason to save my stuff.
So you're stepping out of the and I asked I wanted to know British, specifically professional or design level. I wanted to be a combination of professional and warm, but not too authoritarian. And so psychologically, people are less threatened by female voice. But they consider British voices at the same time to be more authoritative and more knowledgeable. It's just a psychological thing. It's studied over and over and over. The safest thing for the U.S. is a Midwest tone of thought. Two definitely using that Midwest tone. Strong accents turn people off. They assume if it's in the South or New York or something, you're lower communication because of your accent. People just judge you by the way you speak. So, but I want it to be approachable across both professional and very personal. So we got the female rather than male voice. That's the way to go. But still on the British accent, it's still a little more appropriate. So let's hear about that. Yeah, the early draft. Okay. Danielle? Work? Right, yeah, because she didn't have the up and down, yeah, and this one, takes more energy. Yeah, we went through 3 rows and all that. Yeah, a lot of it is taking 3 months. Yeah, 3 months. Well, they being very busy. And it's not their fault. They would have only taken them a couple of weeks. I've just been so busy for a couple of weeks. So I'm just really pleased with you. Done well. Yeah, I think
So if you go to the just RPG Museum board, these donate the catalog, donate money, donate items to the museum, like you got the boxes. The museum has all boxes you never donated for the all art well. That's all in museums. And some of that stuff is very important. Some of it goes to the right. Student donated money or items in the project. This is the proposed layout of the back of your space. Very complicated bus, how we lay it out. Start out just parkings in there, money programs from the bus trailers in there, and then build out the space as we needed to. So the museum, here's the museum part, VR part, the RPG side, the open gaming area, the closed game release for the quiet meeting, the meeting entrance, the receptionist, the security check-in, wheelchair accessible bathrooms, storage and kind of the back room, kitchen and such, the server room, the loaner library, nothing to leave the facility, but the loaners play games in here, and this should be the experience. So we have every illness except for the display places for the two. That will have to build out. Everything else we can fill right now. So, and not all of it's owned by RPG Research, most of it I own, but I put it there initially, and then as we come out and getting it, we slowly replace my stuff through arrangements with RPG Museums, but if it's used a lot, we get new ones that it's owned by RPG Research, and so initially all this is still there, and so my stuff comes out this. We then, so this kind of arrangement of it. And this is a, well, this is what we still
Boy, you let John go, he's going to make a great
Very powerful wedding.
Yes, because it's like a longhouse, right?
Yeah, it's a longhouse.
Okay.
And
I like the bear. It gives a nice touch.
yeah, I was going to put it on the raised platform, but his arms stick out too far. And, but as you can see, it has lots of fire.
Yeah, that's great.
And here's all your NPCs. Additional bigger snakes.
But you need to take a break.
I will. I may.
Because that'll be for session 3 if we have time at the end. I won't need it till 6 o'clock.
I will. Okay. Well, I will. I may go home. Oh, I only brought these. You said the blue, the blue or the purple. Oh, you got the purple one? Yeah, but he's the same size. Let's just all this up to. Yeah. That's even more of that. Alright, so you are set up with everybody. I just haven't put all the people out except for those guys up there who are obviously.
We start on the wrong to start today. We're talking about we push it to August 6th or 7th. And that is our they come to 4 years, we can then 1 year less. So it's our 4 year, given the 4 years, we're going to come on to the 5. I'm okay. So sometimes we find security, so now it's the castle. We get very a lot. And unfortunately, what happens is if we were short GMs and we only had 2 tables, we had to turn people away. And then that's the problem. So it was this delayed ripple. And so we consistently have 5 tables ready. People saw how we did it. You know, like, so and then kind of done this and I'm aware of this. People always go,
I can just grab from what there is.
Yeah. three are available for you. There may be a couple more people here, but I think all the humans maybe the humans are right up there.
I'll just pick for that. Thank you.
And hand up to this one.
Show off and you found a way.
Nice.
So that's about it.
And I'm not sure there is a cook.
What's the going volunteers down?
And in some of these you may find other people that you may want to, but like this guy. His actual spirit of being guard. Probably is
Like our first two grants this year, one is to find this year, and one will be by next
he's just
year.
got max.
Yeah, totally.
So one was for the
Perfect.
And feel free if you ever get the time to look through like the boxes and stuff.
It's a lot more than I reckon. I mean, I remember what hot salt containers had.
Yeah, well these are mine personal. Yeah.
Saturdays here. We got several online groups we've got going all the time. We're already a lot in. So in 6 weeks you're going to read another group has been playing. We've done it, right? And I've gotten like one complete goal, anywhere from 3 to 7 players. But before this program, we would frequently get 3 tables. Yeah, we've got to still win. Well, a lot of them, they don't know where they can go if they'll be honest. There's a lot of uncertainty there. Yeah, but it's quite good. Well, we also started to play with their hours. So we just going, this one. I'm pretty sure he just teleported in there. It's ninja training. So our goal next year is to really ramp up their hours so that get their day jobs. That's fun. So planning next year, what's the facility? What happens is the for-profit will probably pay rent to the non-profit facility and use that space to help the for-profit stuff with doing something facility. We're shooting to try to get $250,000 business funding next year for the LLC side, and then hopefully by the following year, we need 10,000 people. So 30,000 people. $10,000 we spent, we helped over 30,000 people. Yeah, so how does that work out? The conventions we saved for the programs we ran at those conventions, in addition to all the community programs and everything else, I added up on them, so they want to get back to they don't have that. And most of our stuff is really data, so I aggregated an analysis of all the data, and we really worked hard last year. We kind of burned ourselves out. Like John Danielle and I really burned ourselves. We trained a whole bunch of new GMs. We did JCon, we did WorldCon. We worked really hard. We built the TFN platform as a network platform. We did 5 conventions with 2 of them simultaneously, WorldCon, JCon, at the same time, 5, 6 days. And one using one and through that, we directly impacted and that positive benefit of more than 30,000 people last year. So that would make you turn. Yes, we're still tired. So this year we slowed down and we need to short things up, get this published, right there, training, now I'm working on level 2 training, just to really stabilize, because slowly, we stole all the ratings for this year. We're just really shoring things up and filling in the gaps that we were exposed last year. We pulled it off last year, but it was at a heavy hours cost. We got like all that stuff. We're getting young these days. She is very, very pregnant and soon to give birth. Oh wow! Except for her surgery rate. She's in Tri-Cities area. Her family's in Yakima, Tri-Cities. So she's going literally extended to some point to be a clinical officer. Down over in this area, I used to be a circuit, a huge circuit where we used to to Seattle, Portland. Learning through autism, PTSD, sitting with all therapy, social skills, some not according to their past, not mostly right now it's social skills, depression, anxiety, those kinds of things. I was hoping that easy way to get this about. But we don't have to do a whole lot to make it work better. I know there's a crowd of expertise and knowledge to make things more effective. In and of itself is effective, but we can't have it optimized and say it's the exception. Yeah, we did have still have teams that we were able to implement very well. And you kind of do it on your own, and maybe you know, optimize things very well. We'll talk to it, and you can draw us in, and then you take months to get the self-answer, the content production, the memory, and all that. But then we get 6 months later, and the problem. And we're watching state make the trucks. Yes, we did. Thank you. Meanwhile, we're working this one make and that's been really hard. The tech company education on that, I'm involved with it. And they're the company. I see nominated too. No, I'm feeling better about things. It's always really a good feeling. Yeah, when the group starts to bond. Forming, oh, what's that? I don't know how that goes. Forming. Yeah, so I think we're forming. Yeah. And we did some storming. Not much, but we'll. Yeah. There might be some more, which, you know, that's totally fine. I'm guilty of, and it's not really a bad thing, but I have to really force myself to make sure we have combat. Because what I love is being in character and like how do the people together with their different ideas come up with plans. And sometimes people surprise me with that. Right? Yeah, no, that's. Of course, what I love is when they say, "Oh man, I sure hope such and such doesn't happen." Right? Yeah. Not that I was just freaking it on them much this long. No, not merciless. You know, sometimes, right? You throw a wrench in something. Exactly, you gotta have a wrench. You need to have a wrench in order to throw it. If they're over, that was like, oh wow. That's what my wife says. David says. You need to have a wrench. It's true. Yeah. But like when they're not overpowered,
there, of course, is just that. And if there's no real cost, it's like with my kids, writers, playing Minecraft on creative all the time. And like, ooh, I can beat all these bad guys. It's like, yeah, but there's no cost. Yes, you have very little sense of accomplishment unless there's some kind of outlay and risk. Without risk, it's not really, it doesn't feel like you really accomplished as much. A sense of pride in being able to do something. Yeah, that took some ADHD is going to be courage. And one of your shoes is tough. I always struggle with that in school. School is not where I learned rapidly. School is not where I learned. In business, I do school is always tough. Yeah. I'm an avid learner. I'm a light learner. I love learning. I love subject information, research, all the things that are part of that I do. But I taught at junior colleges in St. Louis. I taught at Utah Pure Driving Schools. One of the students, we didn't have small kids, and my mother living with us with Alzheimer's. I would be a greater 6 to 12 teaching training, but that's the reason why I've held back, not looking inside school. It's not because I just don't have the time. I completely understand. It's a lot. So we have a while. So I just have my job. Study. I work with autistic kids. It's only about 4 o'clock. It's only a 30-hour week job. I get benefits and stuff. That's great. Yeah, no, it's just 30 hours, but that feels like more, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. And I drive to there, drive to back their homes. They pay for your mileage. I could if I tracked it, which I should, but they do pay me for my time. So it was to say for upkeep of the vehicle because it's out of wear and tear. Yeah. That's something I really should be doing, but I haven't. Are you on your own, or do you have a family? I got my wife. She is a vet, and she works at not just a vet tech, but a vet. How long has she been doing that? 3 years now. Good for her. So she works with animals. Working with how old are the people you work with? Right now, my youngest is 10, and right now my oldest is 13. Okay. All right. So very kind of clearly defined kind of range. The youngest I have worked with was 30. The oldest that I've worked with was 14. So it's definitely kids that I've worked with. They did want me to work with someone that was older, but because of scheduling, I couldn't fit it into my schedule. That's a challenge. Yes. Children with autism and spectrum. There's still a lot of openness to structure and trust me. Sometimes that's so much with adults. And it's all because of they were wanting me to go with an older kid. They were wanting me to kind of model generally the behavior was, so he could better kind of help me with that and be able to be more reliable and also be able to make some of those social advances. Smaller kids, that's a problem with some of our kids. Some of our kids, they have no problem with that whatsoever. You got to teach them the value of keeping some things to yourself. So all of them are very different, and I very much enjoy my job because a lot
kind of like, I kind of get paid to play games with kids. Granted, if it's for a purpose, but
This is why you probably first heard about this.
yeah, I actually saw the posting for professional game masters and for that kind of setting. I'm like,
Therapeutic recreation.
I can do that.
Had you ever done it before?
I mean,
Are you looking at it from the therapy side?
no, I came from more of an education side.
Yeah.
I was a resident sub coordinator at the South Carolina Government School of Science and Mathematics, where I was basically a live on the floor role model, because it was a residential high school, so like a boarding school. Government or state run, and it was funded by that.
These are troubled teens.
No, they were gifted teens. So the opposite end of the spectrum. Well, some of them were on the spectrum, but they were very, very high functioning and very also super high stressed kids. Yeah. So a lot of what I did there was mentorship and also helping them be able to manage their time and emotions and be able to keep a balance in their life.
Being called as a gift is really good.
Yes.
It's good. And how you can share that and help them to learn. Yeah, that's really good.
That was part of what I did in psychology. I've been working with, so I did that in South Carolina for like 5 years, and then I moved here because my wife was finishing her pet degree. Yeah. And so I knew that we were moving here, and then she got a job in Spokane right after graduating. Like, I like Washington. Washington's great. It's a job.
You were in South Carolina before.
Well, before that, but I spent a year here, or actually in Pullman, because I moved here. She was finishing class, and before that, she was actually in Grenada, because she's actually a graduate of WSU. She's a graduate of St. George's in Grenada or something. But they have partnerships where they can finish their last year here.
So like in Trinidad,
right? Yes.
Over in the Caribbean?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Offshore Venezuela somewhere.
Somewhere like that, yeah.
There's Cuba.
So that was where she did most of her that stuff. And during that time, I was basically working still at South Carolina to provide a little bit of money for her and also for her to have health insurance. But the health insurance is great. Yeah. So then
Health insurance.
Anyway, so then we moved here, and I got a temporary job at Rite Aid because some job is better than no job, generally. So I did that for a year, then 2 when I moved here, and then I was able to get introduced to my current company, which is, it's now Caribou. It used to be called Imagine Behavioral, but it's Caribou. Anyway, but we work with kids and try and help them be able to cope with life and be able to be the best people that they can be. So
That's very cool.
yeah, I very much enjoy my job.
It's good stuff. So that's why that you were able to have the time to do the training here, even though it has not yet been a source of significant income.
Right. Sometimes I do feel that I push myself a little bit because I also do like to make sure that I have time for my wife and also for friends.
Yeah, that's important.
Because I need that. I need all that balance.
You do.
Absolutely. But I run the trainings on Saturday morning usually. And I was doing Monday night earlier, but we need somebody for Saturday, so I moved to there. and then there were Wednesdays that we haven't had for a while because of scheduling issues and we didn't have enough people. But yeah. So that's 2 days a week normally that I do. Now I think we're doing some stuff on Fridays, so I'll be doing some of that. But then on Sundays I run a D&D game for my wife and her friends.
Okay.
I do that pretty much every week.
Oh, okay, so how long has this campaign been going?
A year now, actually.
Sweet.
So they're just now, they just reached 6th level, I think.
See, and I feel like the long game, which it's not always possible, right? You can pick up games are fun because of that, right?
Right.
But I think that's really special.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just can't manufacture that. You know, if you're with a group of people who are mostly the same for a year or more, they learn, not just as people, each other, but even in character, how to contribute, how to respond, and it's really neat. I really love that.
With their long-term campaign, there's also more ways that they can interact and actually change the world that they live in.
Exactly. That's so true.
In a module or short-term game or stuff where everything is so set. There's not a whole lot of variability that you can have.
True.
Because if you have too much, then it's not like a module. You're just like something else. But in the world, it's a long-term campaign. Like, it's a year, and it just now got to level 6. Maybe still 5. I don't remember which one.
Right.
But it's been a year, and they just now got there. So they've been slowly chipping away and making the progress that they need. But they've also been doing some things to either improve or potentially ruin parts of the world that they're in.
Right.
So far, they've been doing really good on not completely messing things up. So far,
that's great. That's like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where you throw yourself to the ground and miss. Like I succeed because I don't totally fail. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, it's got a little hard,
but they've had a lot of opportunities.
It's not all on you, right?
Oh no, it's not.
That's the thing.
And then what game system are you running?
We're running 5th edition.
Okay.
Yeah. So it took about a year to get to level 5.
Well, I still remember that a few years ago, Hawk was doing some, nostalgia trip. Let's do 1st edition. But then we played for 4 months, and I was still 1st level. I gave up at that point. All we really thought was like bad weather and racism.
I mean, those are some challenges, but 1st edition's also a lot slower in general, and it all depends on the pace of the story and whatnot. But it's also very different. Whereas my game, I use milestone experience, so they had to do something that was memorable for the campaign character for them to level. So like the first stuff that they leveled was after they had successfully protected their band and stopped a awakened evil Trent that was also a vampire from his overwhelming force area. So that was the first major milestone. Second major milestone was after they had delved down to the bottom of a dungeon that actually bordered onto the plains of hell. What was lovely about that? Yeah, they didn't go into hell. And they're also a wise decision. Right. Well, they saw it, they're like, yeah, no, move the fire. It just keeps the. We're just gonna go back. Keep on moving. All right. And they got the droids were looking for them. Yep. So they got to there. That was the second milestone. The third one came faster than I thought it would, and they
entirely accidentally. And it was great. And we still don't know all the ramifications of what they prevented. And it's nice. Because they're on somebody's list of, I don't want to, but they don't know that. And the fourth one, they fought a demon. Or no, fifth one. They fought a demon and they all died, but they did great. Of course. Yeah. And of course, there's more to it than that. Brian, are you doing any sort of long-term campaign?
Yeah, I was. I had to put it on pause, like, at Christmas time, sadly. When school started up for me again in the fall, you know, it was like, okay, back with a vengeance. I had to be busy. So we were in person, and we were following all the county things, but we were able to, at the private school, just kind of carry on. And I just was overwhelmed with all the things going on. My mom also lives with us, and so we've got to get her to doctor's appointments, and she has Alzheimer's, so she painfully, I was able to get her back on Medicaid, and she's getting a lot of help now through, like, my wife was just kind of, you know, it's not so much that it was a lot, like, we had to do a lot, it's just that you can't go anywhere for long.
It needs to be supervised.
Yeah, supervised. So we're thankful that we can at least be gone for like 2 hours, and that's okay because she's not going to hurt herself. Not yet. But man, I tell you, it's like you get to a point where it's you get to a point where you're like, well, we need help. So 1 day a week now she goes to Providence, older place, which is like it's a healthy help. And then so I'm gonna get through. And then on Thursday we have a career coming, so that's been super good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fancy.
Where'd you guys go for lunch?
You know, the best of the best nutrition. Feeling very well fed.
I just made here and had the cheese and crackers, salami, plus all the fruit. There's a bunch more.
I thought that was like a miniature. It was not for me. It was from you. Are these like more plumbers?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. Was this stacked before?
Yes, it was.
Oh, now it's stacked again.
Can't tell the difference.
This is our little secret. So I tell everybody. They're like mites in Ireland. I thought that was like a danger.
Jesus, glory.
Oh. I am a part of this. It's evil Jesus.
Evil Jesus. Yeah, it's not fast enough.
With some scary looking utensils. Jesus.
It's all good.
That's my type of evil. That's nice.
I was happy. I was going to ask you, when you get past here, you can hand stuff to me. Would be better.
I can
Just behind you if you want. What do you need? So you need the Silmarillion book, which is on the floor right behind you. On the floor. Book. Excellent. This one? Yep. Your laptop, you need to unplug it. Right here. Okay. Close it and then close. And there you are. So we'll be out there, guys, just so you know. We'll start one.
So very
I'm going to take a very short 10-minute nap.
Just gonna be fun. Oh, no stairs. No stairs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just kind of agree, like, yeah,
Are you gonna play? Oh, I'm also you were saying if you were like having some more custodian.
Yes, if you would like to join in, I am able to step back.
I think you won't have to step out, but there might be limited
We do have characters for 6, yes. If you want to do that. If you want to join also.
I think I'm taking
You're going to take Kenny's character. Oh, she's not?
I keep reading G, like, you know that one TikTok audio that I really love, the inaudible, incomprehensible sounds, and one of them is G. I can't believe I've never shown that. It's like my favorite song. Like, I, number 1, we got Beanie. Number 2, we got I got a 5 at that. No, I lost my phone. Probably in my pockets.
National Tattoo Day.
National Tattoo Day. No.
Do a tattoo?
No.
Okay.
I'm amazed that you have not gotten tattooed.
I am too, frankly.
Is your boss more tattooed or retired?
That might be the process of talk, you know.
It's less that and more so.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that, and I'm going to go back and...
Let's see if that's...
Since that solved it.
Maybe.
And the last one, G. That's what I can hear. It sounds like in my head.
Oh, yeah.
G.
You're
I'm gonna send you that dumb Yu-Gi-Oh video.
Please, I love seeing.
Huzzah.
Ah, you did it again, Samantha. You know how many times I'm gonna do that needs to be, I'm not gonna remember it now. My hands
There's like a loose thingy on here. Okay, and I'm gonna have to keep fixing your mistake. Oh, it's only 2 minutes. I will show you. Well, now I'm showing you again.
Hawk, I've been told that it's better.
Okay, good. Hello, I guess I'm back on. There we go. Yep, we can hear you. You hear us.
Me.
Okay, have them let us know if that happens again, because it's probably the CPU overload, and I just had to kill the app and start it again, clean it up.
I will try and get regular updates. Yep.
I do. I'm jealous because I can see that obviously you've got your soundproof walls. Yeah. I think you've updated your sound equipment since season 1. Yeah, quite a bit. So, going for
I was supposed to meet before COVID.
Yeah.
The 4 actors. So Sean Astin, like Elijah Wood, Dominic Monaghan, yeah.
Yeah.
And they were going to be in a panel.
Yeah.
And I was gonna get to like get a picture with Sam or with Sean and like get his autograph.
Yeah.
I think I would have exploded honestly if this is what that's doing to me. I haven't met like any like predominant names in this society yet, but I think I would have spontaneously been much.
That is completely understandable and a human reaction.
I try not to think about it because I just get really sad. If I'm like, yeah, I could have done that, but then COVID.
Well, you'll have the chance again, I'm certain. Mostly.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna meet after 20 years, most and the anniversaries are coming up for films like this.
Yeah, you'll get the opportunity. It'll be great.
So what are you going to do next then?
I'll be here for another like a year or so. I'm a preschool teacher right now. I teach 4-year-olds. I want to go get my master's at the University of Washington in Scandinavian mythology and folklore. I want to write music based on mythology, on Tolkien's mythology and like his legendarium, and Nordic studying mythology. And I would like to like start going to Renaissance fairs and conventions, and, like performing that music. And then maybe babysitting on the side to like get a little bit extra money, like daycare on the side. And then eventually getting the PhD. I don't know in what yet. I'll figure that out once I get my master's. And then being a professor in school.
Actually, if you've got an undergraduate degree, I'd say just apply for doctoral programs and get a master's degree on the way. Do you have a sense of what you want to do?
Yes. So fun.
Have you reached out to any of the UW faculty to?
No, I haven't, because like even just for me to apply, it's not the first time until December, so it's gonna give a little bit longer. But I think probably in the next couple months I'll start reaching out and being like, hey, like.
And it'd probably be worthwhile finding out, what sort of research the different faculty members are doing first, and see if any of that particularly enthuses you.
I feel like I am.
And then write to them saying you share that research interest and you're thinking about applying to their doctoral program, and what do they recommend, and getting to know them ahead of time and having them already to be on your committee would be feels like that is always a good way of getting started.
Yes, and I found that even in my undergrad, when I took the time to build relationships with the faculty managers, like they were so resourceful, and they would do all they could to like help me out, even before I knew what I wanted to do. So yeah.
And what's the special appeal about UW?
Just the fact that they have a Belgian folklore program, and it's Seattle.
Okay.
It's like a cool area I've always wanted to live in, UW. I know there's a couple schools in like Oslo, Norway, that have programs, but that's a lot. And I have to have like secured like living spaces, even if I get into the program that's free because of the government paying for school. Like I would have to have a way to provide for myself before I use out there. And I know from what I've heard, communities in Syria now are like very tight knit, and they don't do a lot of hiring from without. So it would be like work to move there, and then to get a job, and then to be in the program. So like I'm still gonna apply because why would I not? But I feel a little more confident going. And I think that I'll get a spot in a program here in the States.
Okay.
So probably if you want to.
Oh yeah, if we're going to do the panel, I'm going to just stand because I think all the chairs out here are not going to work.
What are we doing?
We're moving out there.
The actual meat and discussion. And
Oh yeah, I love discussing
there you
this.
go.
I love being discussed.
I love being discussed.
The big story arc, what we'll be talking about today, it's a very narrow focus. It's the first contact, essentially after the initial journey of Leon Tour and the very first trip to Mythlon, the Grey Havens, and meeting here and there, and then of course there's that really interesting delegation of 12 men who come to visit and witness this and say, oh, you've come back from the death over the city, But this is after that, when the idea is that they continue to explore the coast of Middle Earth, and if they are helping by getting corn and wine and iron making and so forth and such, then we would think this would happen gradually over the next 100 years. So this morning the gamers were all heroes. Some were dwarves, some were elves, from the respective kind of islands in the sea of Sauron's domination and kind of influence of Middle Earth, cut off from Valar and Norian. So they're kind of a group that's trying to help out the hapless, not helpless, but the people, the humans who have kind of regressed. It's interesting because it doesn't really say for sure, because these men, were they just for those Atani who never really kind of developed this technology? And one thought is that maybe they were actually, some of them were maybe descendants of those who chose to remain in Middle Earth, but through the kind of, I guess,
influence of and the shadow and fear and raiding and evil men from Lyrian who escaped and ruled among them, then maybe there's this idea in which those who fled and tried to avoid the shadow would lose some of this technology. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Kind of a dark age.
Yeah.
So it's what's in your discussion.
Yes,
It's
Pops
the
wants us to save the juicy bits for later. So
we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes till we're.
yeah. Anyway, so to get back to your question, basically they've been helping and they successfully routed a host of orcs and evil men who who raided a village and were trying to kill them off. And so they saved the day, but they set up holding the line until
There's another
as if Davis Sat Machina, you have the Numenor has arrived on the wings, the wings of
And then show up at the last minute.
yes, the winds of Monway, and all that. So yeah, little new catastrophe. So yeah, they had a good. So then they basically helped the state for a month, building the village's defenses, and these fine people behind us here are they help to create a better, even some pit traps for orcs, I think, and yeah, and then of course the new Marines helping with the iron forging.
So we're going to need to recap that for the audience. Not the whole thing, but highlights.
That's okay. One thing I've never done upset about is
Okay. The other thing is I do want to play that 3 minute because it's relevant to what hopefully happen on the
really
network. Make sure we have a chance to do that.
yeah. Do we just forego notes this time?
Up to you. Up to you. We will still need notes, but you can do it after. Let's do it after that. Okay. It's time to go on the air. I'll do as soon as I can. Probably going to do that. Thank you so much. Alright, so let's go ahead and hello and welcome to the Tolkien Society and TolkienMoot XVII. It's July 17th, 2021.
Huzzah!
Woo! We have Washington and we got folks joining us remotely and such. A little bit of a live studio audience here. You can see. Welcome, TolkienMoot attendees. They just wrapped up their first gaming session with the second in the Numenor arc that we've been doing this 3-year arc. And Brian's going to talk a little bit more about that. I'm Hawk Robinson. I'm founder of the Tolkien Society. We're an official smile of the UK Tolkien Society. Exactly.
That's right.
We've been active since 05, I guess. Since way back.
Were you part of the Tolkien Society at that point?
I don't know that I had started a membership, but I was running a Tolkien Society.
Like 2010.
Well, yeah, no, it was 05 because leading up to the first Tolkien meeting, I was doing monthly meetings.
And you did that paper on trees as well that was read at the
Years later, yeah, I did a paper on Tolkien as well, trees that was read at the summer meet, whatever they did then, the paper on discussion. Unfortunately, didn't record it, or they didn't record audio that couldn't make
Sure.
But yeah, but you've been to England, you've been to Oxford, you've had the
yeah, the Tolkien reading day. Well, maybe I was there once 2 weeks.
There you go. So we've been doing Tolkien for a long time, the Tolkien Society. I'm also founder and president of a 501c3 nonprofit, RPG Research, and we often work together. So a lot of our volunteers here are also RPG Research volunteers, and train as game masters and help with event setup and using the facilities and using, like right now in our video conferencing, using open source Jitsi, which is hosted by RPG Research. So obviously, as the founder of both, there's a lot of overlap, and as RPG Research grows, our TolkienMoot events grow. RPG Research running slower, we're slower for the resources. And we're going to talk a little bit about that just because we've got some big news about what's happening with RPG Research and facilities, which will affect next year's TolkienMoot significantly. We'll circle back to that in a little bit. So anyway, Mark Robinson.
Brian Hughesland, Secretary of the Tolkien Society.
And joining us remotely, we'll start with Chris first because we're leading up to the big star.
Chris Superstein, member of the Tolkien Society. I've been taking them for what? 2010, 2011, and moved into the therapeutic 3 years ago. So sometimes I'm up there, but not really keeping it.
It's Washington State, yeah. So thank you, Chris. He's usually been able to join us, and we're really glad he's doing so. That's through Gypsy, open source video conferencing on RPG researchers. And then our special guest speaker for this wonderful Moot and Tolkien Society meeting
This is Sean Marchese. Let's give a hand for Sean. Yes, Sean is one half of the Prancing Pony podcast there. I'll put in another alliteration.
Nice. We always love alliteration. We always love it. The extra P in there is always good.
Exactly. And feel free to just, if you'd like to maybe share a little bit about what the PvP does. And I think this year you had a very special, didn't you have your own group as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, thanks for the warm welcome, Brian, Hawk, and everyone. Sean Marchese, as Brian said, half of the Prancing Pony podcast, which is a weekly podcast discussing Tolkien, all things Middle-earth and Lord of the Rings. We're actually doing a read-through. We take a few pages at a time and read through each chapter, each episode. Currently tracking about 6 pages per episode for about 90-minute episode. And we're currently close to wrapping up book 3 of The Lord of the Rings, which is not Return of the King. It's actually the first half of Two Towers. And we're on maybe an 8 to 9 plus year journey through Tolkien's writings. We started with the Silmarillion and went into The Hobbit, and we've been in The Lord of the Rings for 3 years. So, and many more to come. Which I'll be happy to plug the podcast as much as you guys will let me.
Shamelessly.
In the event. But every week we're out with a new episode.
So currently, the most recent one that just came out, I think last Sunday, was episode 217, Fooling Yourself, The Angry Old Man, which I believe they're in Isengard, and it's the big kind of confrontation between Gandalf and Saruman, and it's really interesting. So those of you who have not yet tried to listen, it's a great podcast.
Are they taking the hobbits there?
Well, this is after the Hobbits there.
They found the Hobbits there, strangely enough. One of them
Smoking.
smoke.
That's right.
Yeah.
And eating fine good things.
There was that song.
And actually, we've got about 3 more episodes left in this season. After which one we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll come back right around Hobbit Day with our next season before. So.
Wow. Well done, Sean, Alan. Alan's not able to be with us this time, but you both have done a great service to the Tolkien community, and we are really glad to see that. I believe it was last year, in 2020, was it, that you were given the award for the best online content by Tolkien Society.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Both Alan and I have been Tolkien Society members for many years now, and the Tolkien Society has been just tremendously supportive of us. We went to Tolkien 2019, back in 2019, obviously, and that was a big conference in Birmingham, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Tolkien Society. So, yeah, Alan and I have been really avid supporters of the Tolkien Society, and it was great to feel some of that love in return. So, thanks to everyone who voted for that. That was a pretty special event for us.
Great. Okay. Well, how do you want to format this for today? You got your list of stuff. Do you want me to go through this other stuff first?
Yeah, why don't you share a little bit, Hawk, about what you've been doing and some of the exciting things going on here.
So this is a little bit tangential. It's related to the role-playing game side of TolkienMoot. Right? This is the Tolkien Society segment of TolkienMoot. But the rest of the day is gaming galore, or watching games, or whatever, in Tolkien.
Has it really been going on for 17 years? 17 years. That's amazing. Which used to be called MERPCon, right?
MERPCon, yeah. First 5 years of MERPCon. It was an experiment. I said, I'll give it a shot for 5 years, and then we'll see after that. And it did okay. Yeah. We've been kind of running mini-moots lately when my health went downhill and resources were limited. But we're finally turning the corner here. And we, so in partnership with RPG Research, RPG Research is a 501c3 nonprofit studying the effects of role-playing games in all formats around the world. We have over 160 volunteers across 6 continents, and we've been incorporated since 2017, 18. Yeah, I've been involved in gaming since 77, been doing this forever, and then we had a little board about that coming up in a second. But we finally, after doing tons of work for decades with different organizations and such, finally became our own organization. And John was, if I was volunteer 0, he was volunteer number 1, and then we're now at over 160. It's a little mind-blowing. And the programs are expanding, so we do both research and community programs on the nonprofit side. There's also a for-profit RPG Therapeutics and RPG LLC, which does uses recreation therapy, role-playing game, music therapy to help improve quality of life for clients. What is beyond, so RPG Research does this in community programs for a lot of populations, but there's a level that goes kind of beyond the volunteer level, right? Some of the times we get clients say, hey, would you do this program for us? And it's beyond the scope of our volunteer training and such. So at that point, we prefer it to be LLC, go look at contacts of school districts, rehab facilities, things like that. That tends to go more to the LLC side. They are 2 separate companies. LLC is for-profit, RPG Research is non-profit. Nobody in RPG Research is paid. We're all 100% unpaid volunteers. Very proud of that. It's very challenging trying to use this distributed human network of offloading everything with a lot of administrative challenges. And technology has been a big part of it. Well, we're finally now, we're packed to the gills. You can't really see it here, but things are just boxes to the ceiling. And my whole downstairs, it's really 2,000 square feet, and it's just packed to the gills. And I've got the RPG bus, wheelchair accessible bus, and the 2 RPG trailers. And the neighbors hate me when they're parked here, so I usually have to keep storing them elsewhere, and then they get broken into and damaged, and it's very difficult. So we've been trying to find, we have a small office downtown, we share with a bunch of lawyers, and at the drop of a hat, they shut the offices down for whatever reason to be extra careful. And it's not really a good community center. It's fine for meeting people and the receptionist and mail, but it's not a community center. And we go to community centers and provide a program. We go out on the road with the bus and trailers and provide our programs all over the country. But we're finding that a lot of the grants that we need to do more of the research and really grow require a dedicated facility.
Yeah, space and venue.
Not only that, something I wanted to do for decades, and finally last year something happened to give us an impetus, is I wanted to have a role-playing game historical museum. We're already the world's largest research repository freely available on the effects of role-playing games. Nobody even comes close. But that's a very academic, researcher, and professional focus. We want something that's a little more experiential learning and a museum type experience.
Hands-on.
Yeah, hands-on. So we finally started putting together last year the RPG Museum, rpgmuseum.org. And we were going to get a loan from Paul Cardwell, founder of the Committee for National Role-Playing Game Association. He has been tracking the media's representation of role-playing games since the earliest days. We have file cabinets and shelves full of clippings and video clips and audio clips and all of that over decades, all the way up until last year. When he wanted us to come down, pick it up, and then we were going to do it, and come up here and scan it all in because he was worried about it getting lost. Unfortunately, he passed away in March of last year. And his widow bequeathed unto us his entire legacy. So I went down to Texas with a U-Haul and picked up 1,000 pounds worth of boxes of his stuff that she had bought. She's like 89, 90 years old. She boxed it all up. I got a bad back of bugs. She's helping me get stuff over. But she's great. So Gladys offloaded all this stuff, and it's 25 boxes. It goes all the way back to 1970 when he was doing a whole assessment of the entire tabletop gaming industry. He was writing an entire book researching It's a snapshot in time of the table, board games, card games, all
Could
of
you
it.
even call it an industry at this point yet?
Well, no, this is board games. This is
Oh,
board
board
games.
games,
This is
okay.
the whole board game, tabletop games.
We're
card
talking
game
Babylon
industry.
Hill.
It was a history of games.
Yeah.
Up to 1970. Now, he did not get that book published. We have the original manuscript,
Ooh.
which is mostly typed on the back of like church missives or whatever.
Bulletins.
The spare, yeah, he did it on the blank side of those. And so that's what the manuscripts are. We also have another one he wrote sometime later that is on how media represents role-playing games for years. And then he also created a number of role-playing games himself. Some were published, some were not. And we have some games that are from other companies that are print. So we've got some real. So we have this stack of boxes in this room here. We have no room to unpack them, inventory them, and scan them in and do it. We're just there's no room. So that's the challenge. So we started talking last year. We put up a fundraiser, GoFundMe, like, hey, help us get money to get a warehouse-sized facility. We need at least 2,000 square feet. That's where we're at right now. Really, we need 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. We're also going to do a community center and experience museum. So we need to get it out of the basement of the house. I'm up on the side of the mountain in the county. There's no bus route here. It's difficult for volunteers. We need to get this to a central location in Spokane Valley where the bus route is. Right. So we now are starting a campaign of either getting donations to cover rent. We need to cover 1 year rent to move into a place. It's about $2,000 a month for the right size warehouse on the low end. Or find a property owner that's willing, because we're probably to do a tax write-off and just give us a space like Spark Central does. We've been running programs there for 4 years at Spark Central. Yeah. They've been around 5 years. We've been running programs for 4 years. The property owners that give them that prime real estate to run their do it. But either way, by the end of this year, one way or another, we are going to have a warehouse-sized facility that will house the RPG Museum and the RPG Research Community Center. And for us, for TolkienMoot, that something better. It's going off the audio.
I was going to tell you, I was waiting for a moment to say.
Oh, yeah, no, if that happens, tell me right away.
This is Sarah from Italy.
Yeah,
And she's
no,
saying
the moment that something
the live stream on YouTube, you can hear the speakers, but can't hear you guys even.
It's just great. I'm sorry. Let me restart it. Probably went too long. The audio just completely cooked. That's not good. Okay, testing. Why did our microphone just quit?